Hey everyone, you're going to start covering flight day 9. Uh, the entry flight control team is on console right now, and so we these Rob Navius, who's a longtime public affairs commentator for NASA, um, actually used to be media back in the, I believe, going back to the late 1980s, maybe early 1990s, but he's been with NASA for since before the turn of the century. Um, but he's providing a lot of commentary today and a lot of good explanations. So, but I had to mute while so that I could just introduce where we are today. The wake up call was about 2.5 hours ago, and there's a news conference in about an hour and a half. I'm not sure I'm gonna get a chance to ask a question. So I may I sent one question to somebody I know there, and so we'll see. Even if it was about something we might see tomorrow or not, and so we'll just have to if they don't answer it today, then we will find out in real time tomorrow. So, but I'll go ahead and unmute. Um, and then later on, I may go back in the stream about, it was a little while ago, but there's been a lot of talk over the last 3 years about the heat shield performance on the Artemis 1 reentry from Orion. And I thought Rob always does a good job with this. He's got a old school reporter point of view, but also very technically oriented. And so one of the, again, just my opinion, but one of the best in the business, so to speak. So I thought I would go back and look at or listen to his. It would be useful to listen to his commentary. If we'll see here, if he was talking over the top of the hour or so, and but just providing a little bit of a rundown. But we can hang on here for a few minutes, and then there will be time to go back in the live stream to try and pick something up. We're looking at one of the solar array wingtip cameras, and that's Earth in the distance. And I'm just gonna sort of I know that there's static from time to time in the feed, but I think I'm having my own static issues here. So if you're hearing static when it's quiet on the NASA audio, let me know. Hopefully it's just something I can hear where I am, and then I can deal with that for the most part. Cram's asking about is the wake up music for one of the crew or another, and what I think, at least in shuttle and possibly still the case today, is I think one of the crew, they do the crew does pick the wake up music, but then I also think that maybe more in shuttle than now, because usually in shuttle they would play the the wake up music, and then the Capcom would make a call just to say good morning, and then the crew would respond. Here they aren't necessarily doing that. They're just playing the wake up music, and it does what it needs to do, and then the crew, the crew's just waking up. So it isn't, I don't know that it's necessary for them to say anything right away. As long as there isn't anything going on, they'll just get into their morning routines. But in shuttle there would typically be one crew member, I believe, on a day-to-day basis, who would be sort of the one who would be listening for the wake-up music. We should be getting, I don't know if we're going to hear it. It might be a private conference, but there's supposed to be an entry flight director conference between obviously the crew and the entry flight director, Rick Henfling. And then on the timeline, we see something that says pad, and that might be the entry pad or notes that they will take today, and then any updates that need to be taken tomorrow prior to entry interface or prior to the where there's a high level of activity. They will probably read those up tomorrow. But there's not a lot of spare time in the schedule tomorrow. They still have their 2-hour post sleep period. There's a private medical conference, and then they'll probably be doing any remaining cabin stow, not a lot. And then there's the final return trajectory correction maneuver will be tomorrow. They're doing the second one tonight, and that's kind of where I'm looking at sort of pointing the stream today, is towards that RTC2 burn, which is probably it's several hours away, something like 9 hours from now or thereabouts. But they'll be spending a lot of the second half of the day doing the rest of the cabin stow. And so kind of like if you have I had an early flight on Wednesday, and so the only thing I left unpacked was, you get up and you shower, and there's a change of clothes, but usually you want to be as packed as possible so you can just get up and not have to, you can sleep in a couple of minutes longer. I'm not sure that's the case here, but I think the idea is not to have much left to pack when they get up tomorrow. It won't necessarily be morning, because it's morning somewhere, but it'll be, I guess it will be morning here in the Pacific time zone. And earlier, when the entry team came on console shortly after the wake up call, Rob went through. He'll probably go through it again. Make sure I'm relatively.
Houston Integrity, we're ready for the TPC.
Okay, so.
Good morning, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Welcome to Flight Day 9. I've got a few items for you related to entry tomorrow, and then a couple of other follow-up items for today. First of all, your entry package content is now on board in Crew Operations Entry Package. We are starting to activate and check out several systems that you'll need for entry. The first is the RCS cat beds are at temp. CM activation steps have started, and we will give you a call before we fire the pyro valves or perform the hot fire itself. How copy?
Okay, we copy all that, and we appreciate the heads up on the activation and the hot fire.
Yeah, we figured that may be of interest to you. Related to the prop systems, yesterday Reed reported some toggling signatures on the SM prop helium crossover valves, and we did confirm that is due to noise on those sensors, which are based on voltage. We do not have any concerns for those, and we are expecting you may see something similar on the CMRCS during activation today.
Okay, Jackie. Thanks for the heads up on that as well.
All right, 3 other good news items for entry. We had a good ammonia system checkout, as you heard this morning. Your cool loop pumps are on Bravo side. For GNC, you've got 3 good barrows. They are now off OFF again. And you have 2 good GPS. We plan to keep those on. Finally, your recovery ship is on station in the Pacific, and there is no change to the weather forecast from yesterday.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all that. Sounds like you're really getting us ready for reentry tomorrow. Also want to let you know that we happen to have a time lapse going out of window, I guess it was window 2 this morning, and we captured some of the ammonia venting, just for interest, if folks want to look for those photos later.
We copy. We'll take a look. On the system side for today, we've got a couple of items. First of all, right now we're having some trouble transferring files with PCD3. We'd like a reboot of PCD3 when convenient. Second of all, I have a stowage delta for your stowage prep this morning when someone is ready to copy.
Okay, I can copy that.
In Locker Delta, bag 8 with a blue label, you should find a temp and humidity logger. We would like you to move that to the F1 small with the yellow label. If there's no room there, try the F1 large with brown label.
Okay, we copy that. We'd seen that earlier, and it's tiny. We'll be able to fit it where you want it.
Sounds great. We also had one other stowage question for you. We are wondering if you all happened to find any small items of joy in Alpha 2 or F4 small bag.
What was the second location again, Jackie?
Foxtrot 4 small. I'm told these may be items you would consume or wear.
Yeah, we were really pleasantly surprised to find some pretty cool socks. So that we found. However, we haven't found the thing we can consume yet, and I'm assuming that would have come out of F4, but we'll have to have another look.
We think that is in Alpha 2, unless Reed has drank all of them.
Okay. All right. Well, you piqued our interest. We'll get after it.
All right. Final item, we'll take an Avatar Lights report when you have it, and any other questions or items for us.
Okay, for Avatar, it's the same as yesterday. Just light 14 on the bottom row is not lit. Everything else is lit. And just want to let you know, we did sign it and get the images as requested. We do have a question for you on toilet. I'll let you chew on it and let us know. But how many voids do you think we have between now and entry? And can we use them at our own discretion between now and tomorrow? And a follow-on to that is, What our preference would be is to use some CCUs tomorrow and pack them prior to entry. So if you can accommodate that planning for us, we would appreciate it. We don't want to pack CCUs tonight. Final thing is, that's not the final thing, a couple more things. We had another look at the FOD on the window. What we were showing you from yesterday was window 2, not window 3, just to make sure that that's clear. And we can't get a perpendicular picture because of it's too far in the corner and the glasses just aren't parallel, or the two panes are not parallel at that position. So we've kind of given you the best we can so far. If we get sun on the windows at some point today, it would be worth letting us know. We can try to take another picture because it shows up a lot better when it's sunlit, and we haven't seen that since you asked for more pictures. In addition, the Z9 pixels have been cleaned up. That was a good tip. Thanks for doing that. And I'll read you some AGA numbers. We've got CO2 of 2.7, O2 is 22.0, temperature is 74.8, and the pressure is 14.7. And our final request is we would like a private with the flight director, but it's not urgent. That is at their convenience.
Okay, Jeremy, we copy all. For Avatar, that means you've got at least 36% state of charge, and it'll make its way all the way to the right hands on the ground with that level of battery. So thanks for that status, and we are working on the conference on OE2. We'll let you know when it's in place.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks for the Orbit 1 team picture. That's so great to see, and we're still waiting on Orbit 2, so we'll want to see that tomorrow before we come back. And we're glad that Avatar is keeping our cells alive. We've been working hard to keep the cells in our bodies alive, and that little box is doing the same, so that's great stuff. All right, we'll get after it. Lots to do today.
About an hour. We'll see if there's anything to add here. It does sound like if they're gonna, I don't know if this is this private conference that Jeremy's asking about is about the entry or something prior to that.
Integrity Houston, you've got a conference set up on OE2.
This is Mission Control Houston. Here in the flight control room, spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey has concluded the daily planning conference with the 4 crew members on board. You heard not only her voice, but that of Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian Space Agency astronaut, joined by Reed Wiseman, the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, and mission specialist Christina Cook on board. The daily planning conference running down a series of activities that lie ahead for the crew, with the highlight the start of the stowage of items aboard Integrity that will result in entry and splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday night. Some of the highlights of that discussion included a reaffirmation by Mahaffey that the recovery ship for the crew, the USS John P. Murtha, is on station. It is expected to be about 5 miles away from the splashdown point that will help to expedite the recovery of the crew, its extraction, the hoisting of the crew into a pair of Navy helicopters, and the return helo trip back to the deck of the Murtha where they will go into medical bay, which is expected, routine procedures that we have trained and planned for. They'll receive routine medical exams before departing the ship at some point to return to shore and then ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. An early checkout of the Global Positioning System satellite hardware on board Integrity, so it understands its position relative to the Earth. All of that equipment is functioning perfectly, along with barrows, as you heard referenced. Those are barometric pressure sensors that ultimately will test and provide the onboard computers the information it needs to understand its distance from the splashdown site, its rate of descent, and its velocity, triggering other critical vehicle functions, such as the deployment of the series of parachutes. First, the chutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then drogue chutes, and following that, the main chutes, the three main parachutes that will slow Integrity from an initial velocity of some 32 times the speed of sound at the point of entry interface to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. That whole process over a 14-minute period from the time that the vehicle and the astronauts reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere to the point of splashdown is just 14 minutes in duration. The weather forecast at the splashdown site is go. Winds are expected to be around 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, and the periodics for the waves rising and falling at about 17 seconds. This is ideal weather for the recovery of the crew on Friday night. Given all of the circumstances, everything is in good shape. In about an hour at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will be moving into our mission status briefing for the day, so we invite you to tune in for that. The crew will be provided with more details about its entry milestones later in the day from the flight control team here in Houston. A final public affairs event is scheduled at 6:50 p.m. Central Time this evening. And then about 3 hours later, at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, is the next critical burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach the center of the corridor we want entry to occur in tomorrow evening. The RTC-2 burn this evening at 9:53 p.m. Central will be about an 8-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters to amend the velocity by about 4.2 feet per second.
Integrity Houston for a crew eye on a prop display.
Go ahead, Jackie. I'm with you on DU3.
Hey, Christina, we're going to start working with the CMRCS, and in particular, we're about to arm the pyro valves, and we're interested in if you all see the same toggling signature that you saw with the service module propulsion system. So if you could pull up CMRCS and keep an eye on that display, we will then arm the pyros.
I'm with you on CMRCS. Got my eyes on the pyro A and B valves, and they're already, I'm seeing the behavior of them toggling in between safe and armed already.
We copy all, and we'll put our actions in work.
Yeah, it's funny that buzzing sound. Don't want to dwell on it too much, but it sounds better now. Want to see if I can find a good point here to break off of the stream and go back and find Rob's description of the heat shield issue, because it's just a good summary. It's a few minutes long, but it's just a good summary of the whole thing.
Jackie, we see armed, and it is steady.
Houston copies. Thanks.
As Rob Navius was just talking about, I believe we're about an hour away from the mission status briefing / news conference. Let's see if I can squeeze. So let me see. Let's see. It would be out. It might be. It was about an hour ago. So Brian asked the question before I started the stream about this. So kind of serendipitous, because I think it came up almost coincident with what Rob was talking about on the stream. So let me see if I go back. That's too far. Was it an hour ago?
On Friday.
So
with the entry interface as it.
Oh, let's see now.
Shortly, we'll be moving into what is called the daily.
600.
No, maybe it was a little bit more than that.
The field of view. It's worth mentioning their morning mail and all. For splashdown, as well as the recovery and Space Center in Houston. Systems continue to function for speed. Then we lofted or.
Okay, I think this is around here. So this is a little while ago.
As Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere on Friday, with entry interface, as it is called, at an altitude of 400,000 feet, the vehicle will be traveling some 34,800 feet per second. The forecast peak speed is about Mach 32, some 32 times the speed of sound. There has been a lot discussed about the heat shield on Integrity. The trajectory that we are flying to bring Integrity home is different than what was flown during the Artemis I mission. At that time, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy or speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like a rock being thrown against a lake. Then we dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, areas of mechanical char liberation were observed, and that sent the engineers back to the drawing board to try to understand what may have caused that liberation. Here is my brief tutorial on metallurgy. Chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Integrity is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char that occurred on Artemis I was somewhat unexpected. Chemical decomposition occurs as heat shield material heats up and decomposes. That's a process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry. The generation rate of the gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcode. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than the new gas is generated. On Artemis I, we found through post-flight analysis that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that that was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous areas of avcode. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer. When that pressure gets high enough, some portions of the char layer could liberate from the heat shield and did in the example of Artemis I. So, as a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All parties agreed with the conclusion that we are flying on Artemis II tomorrow a shorter entry trajectory, which will avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as the avcode chemically decomposes. Now, you'll want some repelling of the heat, obviously. That's what the function of the heat shield is to repel heat. For Artemis III and beyond, the agency has redesigned the manufacturing process for making the avcode blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow more efficient gas dissipation as the char layer forms. That's a critical feature for long skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line is that it was proven that the heat shield would have supported a safe entry of astronauts on Artemis I had they been aboard, and we are expecting no significant issues during the high-speed entry and heat buildup around the heat shield on Artemis II and the Integrity spacecraft tomorrow.
I think that was sort of the long and short of it. Again, it's just an overview, but again, just kind of a good. It's a really good summary of, again, at an overview level. So let me get back to live.
Be heard during the opening of the pyro valves for the propellant pressurization system.
And Christina, it'll be a good 5 to 10 minutes before we're ready for string 1, so we'll give you a call back.
Back to the live video and sound.
Copy.
The system is working fine. This noise characterization test is a data gathering exercise, part of this flight test of the Orion vehicle, gathering data for future missions in which all of the various systems will be exercised for longer periods of time during those respective flights that are in the future. Integrity is flying in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in mission control in the Artemis flight control room. In fact, it has been very quiet since the entry team came on console several hours ago. This same team will be on console tomorrow morning to guide Integrity and its astronauts back to Earth and to wrap up this mission in which humans...
And Integrity docking camera is removed and stowed for entry.
Houston copies.
Victor Glover reporting that he has stowed the docking camera. This is a camera that was installed in the vehicle, in the cabin, that assisted Glover during the proximity operations flying of Integrity several hours after launch back on April 1st to test its handling characteristics as it approached, then backed away, and then reapproached, and then backed away a second time from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the ICPS. That was the upper stage of the vehicle that enabled Integrity to reach its preliminary orbit around the Earth. The free return trajectory that was crafted for this mission specifically to provide lots of time, more than 24 hours of time, for the characterization and validation of the critical systems aboard Integrity, including life support systems. All of that trajectory worked to perfection, sending Integrity to initial elliptical orbit that reached an apogee of about 43,000 miles after launch, when it swung back around toward the Earth. The trans-lunar injection burn occurred on April 2nd, enabling humans to break out of low Earth orbit for the first time since Apollo 17. The trans-lunar injection burn also served the dual purpose of being, in essence, a deorbit burn. Whereas we think of a normal deorbit burn for an Earth orbiting vehicle as the function of a braking rocket, slowing the velocity of an orbiting spacecraft down long enough so that Earth's gravity can capture the vehicle and bring it back into the atmosphere. The trajectory that was deliberately designed for this test flight sent Integrity on a free return trajectory where it looped around the moon, exceeding the distance record set by Apollo 13 in 1970, making this quartet of astronauts the humans who have traveled further away from Earth than any other humans in history. The loop around the far side of the moon, and now the return trip to Earth that you see growing larger in the field of view to culminate in a high-speed entry back to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday evening at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity for 2 questions, 1 stowage, 1 PCD.
Houston's here for 2 answers.
First is just a request from me individually, but if there's a chance for a quick email sync between now and lunch, that'd be awesome, just to get a couple things in our outbox out to families. But obviously, getting ready for entry is the highest priority. And then second, for StowTrack, we can open the program and we see our 4 names, but we do not see a vehicle. So we just have the select option, but no vehicle listed, and we cannot move on.
Reed, we copy both. Stand by for answers.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, Reed back with you. First of all, for StowTrack, we copied your issue. That is unfortunate, and we don't have any great troubleshooting options, but we can offer you a backup. It is PVE procedure 26.5.300, stowage return reconfiguration. And for the email sync, we are a little tight on bandwidth right now, but we'll keep looking for an opportunity and let you know if we find one.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. And Jackie, it might be a different pipe, but do you want the HHP camera or not?
Reed, thanks for checking on the HHP cam. Right now we're doing a little bandwidth trading, including between the email and the camera. Let's leave the camera off for the moment.
Huh, that's funny. You know,
Sounds great, Jackie.
And Integrity Houston, when you are ready, we are ready to fire the string 1 prop ISO valve.
I just noticed I can hear the Kindar tones when the Capcom is calling up. At some point earlier in the mission, I thought somebody had commented. I'll have to go back and listen
Jackie,
later.
we will be ready in about 30 seconds.
I wonder if...
Copy, we'll count to 30 and give it a shot.
I wonder... just something that I wasn't totally paying attention to, but just noticed now. It's possible it's been there the whole time. It's just a little bit faint. It looks like there was a decent amount of replanning between flight day 8 and now today's flight day 9, because they pulled some of the tasks that were on the flight day 9 timeline to yesterday.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 13 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the historic lunar flyby around the moon that is in the home stretch, as we see the crew beginning to work all the procedures on the day before entry, as they start to stow the cabin, review entry procedures, discuss procedures with the flight director, Rick Henfling, here in Mission Control, receive final, what they call mail syncs, basically uplink of mail from their families, and gearing up for their high-speed entry back to Earth and a splashdown off the coast of San Diego 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific on Friday night.
Integrity Houston for CM Prop. We had a good string 1 activation, and we'd like any feedback from you.
Awesome. Jackie, we see the same. Happy to hear it. And it was a similar signature, except I think we heard even a little bit more, the same 2 clicks. This time we also heard a little bit of a flow, like pressurizing, and we associated the second knock with the reg probably closing. It was right when we got to pressure.
Christina, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for all of that feedback. And for Reed, if he can go hands-off email, we are going to do that sync now.
Everybody.
And I think everyone wanted that, so if everyone's hands-off email, we'll do the sync for everyone.
Copy, and thank you.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control is all smiles with this characterization of the second of the 2 strings of the propellant and the propulsion pressurization system. Again, gathering data on this test flight on the behavior of that pressurization system that enables these systems to be properly pressurized for upcoming thruster maneuvers. Everything going swimmingly aboard Integrity, no issues being reported. The crew in the early portions of their workday preparing to begin stowing their crew cabin before they move into the heart of all of their entry activities later today and through the bulk of the morning tomorrow after they wake up. A reminder, we're about 40 minutes out from our mission status briefing for the day, in which managers will discuss the status of the flight, entry preparations, and to take questions from reporters both here at the Johnson Space Center and on our phone bridge. The mission status briefing scheduled for today at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. One other reminder this evening, the RTC-2 burn is scheduled. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns. These are fine-tuning maneuvers to basically sweeten the path of Integrity to reach the center line, if you will, of the entry corridor tomorrow that will put Integrity on a glide path that will carry it to a precise touchdown, hopefully within just a few miles of the recovery ship, the John P. Murtha, which has basically placed itself on station, reporting good weather and the forecast calling for winds just around 10 knots and waves at about 4 feet. Ideal conditions, almost pristine conditions for the homecoming of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
Houston, CFC still complete. We did not have the shipping bubble wrap, so it is gently placed in A3 on top of the docking camera. Should be fine.
Houston copies. And Reed, we have one optional stow track troubleshooting to offer you if you would like it.
We'll go one more time.
All right, it's going to involve typing a few more letters after the URL in the browser. Let me know when you're ready.
So you want me to first open StowTrack, or do you want me to go to a browser?
You can open StowTrack and then go as if to edit the URL at the top of that browser. And these words I'll give you are at the end of the last backslash.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, after that backslash, you will type reload data dot Alpha Sierra Papa X-ray.
Ouch. See, that I think is me. Did you guys hear the sound go off for a second? I just muted it, but let me try. I guess I can try. Well, I hope you're not hearing. Well, maybe you're hearing it off the headphones. All right, I'm going to have to. Well, let me see if I can. I don't think it's the. Yeah, I don't think that's the problem. It's not the stream. There must be a configuration issue here. Maybe it's just, no, that's not it either. Hmm. All right. Well, I have the sound muted for the moment until I figure out what's going on with the sound on this computer. Well, that's weird. All right, I'm going to see if I can find a different way to monitor the audio. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me know. I'm going to unmute the audio. It does not sound nearly as horrible as it did here locally. Let me know if you can hear me, and then I'm going to unmute here, and let me know if you can hear Rob.
We'll begin at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. "24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we expect a communications blackout of about 6 minutes in duration. This is due to the ionization around the heat shield and the vehicle as temperatures increase to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is expected. It is planned for. It is no different than you've been hearing in the past during a Soyuz entry to a landing in Kazakhstan under parachutes, or the entry of a Dragon vehicle during a SpaceX commercial crew mission. There's always going to be a communications blackout. In this case, because of the velocity in which we're entering the Earth's atmosphere, the heat buildup will linger for a longer period of time, this case about 6 minutes in duration. We should reach that peak heating point at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time. at which point we will induce 2 roll reversals, computer commanded, on the vehicle. First rolling to the left, then back again to the right. This gentle swaying back and forth will dissipate energy on the spacecraft, basically reduce its velocity through the reduction of inertia. We'll come out of the blackout, if everything goes as planned, just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, and at that point we're just 7 minutes away from splashdown. We should reach an altitude of 50,000 feet at 7:02 and 37 seconds p.m. Central Time. And less than a minute later, we'll begin the critical deployment of a series of parachutes. First, the forward bay cover chutes will pull the top cover, if you will, or the forward bay cover of Integrity away from the rest of the vehicle. That will be followed just seconds later by the deployment of drogue chutes, and then finally the deployment of main chutes, the 3 main parachutes, at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. With the mains out, we will monitor the rate of descent, with splashdown scheduled right now at 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. Now that exact splashdown time will vary, and we will provide that for you when we see the chutes begin to unfurl following splashdown in the Pacific. Whether or not the spacecraft is upright in what's called a stable 1 configuration or upside down in stable 2, the 5 CMUS bags, CMUS is the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System. These are 5 airbags basically at the top of the vehicle that will inflate through helium to upright the vehicle into its nominal orientation, upright, the top of the vehicle pointed skyward. You will hear a difference in communications from the crew to what is called a very low data rate of VLDR. You'll hear the call out from the Capcom, Jackie Mahaffey, here in Mission Control. The change is because we no longer will be on the TDRS system, but rather on S-band communications. The crew also has available to it a SARSAT communications capability to the recovery forces on the USS John P. Murtha, and the Navy helicopters and the fast boats that will be approaching the spacecraft to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is safe and free from toxic gases before erecting a raft called the front porch along the side of the vehicle that will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the vehicle. The control of this flight by the flight control team here in Houston is not complete with the handover to the Exploration Ground Systems folks who are working in concert with the Navy. That handover is not complete until the crew has been extracted and is in the raft waiting to be harnessed to be hoisted aboard a pair of Navy helicopters that will take the crew back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. So there's a snapshot for you of the major highlights for entry coming up on Friday evening. To put it into perspective, when we reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at 400,000 feet, traveling some 30 times the speed of sound, it will be just 14 minutes until splashdown at a rate of just 19 miles an hour. The deceleration rather dramatic, but it should be imperceptible to the crew. The crew is expected to pull no more than about 3.9 Gs during peak velocity during its entry back to Earth for its splashdown in the Pacific. And just a reminder, our mission status briefing coming up at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
So I've switched headphones. I think this little PC box has an issue with the hardline audio jack.
Integrity Houston for CM Prop Hotfire. We are ready when you are.
So I wonder if this is if this is the so-called flight control system checkout.
Houston, we are I am at the displays and we are ready for CM Hotfire.
Houston copies. Going in work.
I suppose we might see a little bit of, if they really are going to be firing the crew module RCS thrusters, we might see a little bit of that reflected in the solar array wings. But it's kind of hard to tell. I don't know how noticeable it's going to be.
Integrity Houston, hot fire complete. We are assessing the data.
Sounds great, and just per the training, we still see the temps coming up, and everything looks extremely clean on board.
Houston copies.
This is Mission Control Houston, another check mark heading toward entry on the list of things to be accomplished, that being a quick hot fire of the crew module thrusters. This designed just to ensure that the thrusters are in ship-shape form prior to the point at which they will be used for the remainder of the mission. The propulsion system in good shape. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control happy with what he's seeing.
Let me see if I can duck in a couple of notes, and of course we lost that anyway, so we'll need to pick the right window. So this is a reference that the European Space Agency, since they're the Airbus is the prime contractor and ESA is sort of the prime for the European service module, and they're using those. So you can see this engine. I'll have to go look in my notes what the serial number was, but we did see this engine at White Sands the one time I got to visit the White Sands test facility back in 2019. But you can see it flew on basically a sequence of 6 Atlantis missions. And so there was a wave of missions that were flown in short succession once the ISS service module, the Zvezda module, was launched in late not late, in mid 1999. So let me go back to try and go back to there.
Once again, the report from the propulsion officer is that we had a good hot fire of the crew module thrusters. That sets us up in good shape for tomorrow.
Integrity Houston, we can confirm a good CM RCS hot fire.
Outstanding. Step by step. Appreciate it.
This is that sequence of, thank you. Who was that? Thank you, JC. Talking while muted. So yeah, this is that sequence post Zvezda launch sequence, and I'm forgetting some of the assembly mission designations, but STS 101 and 106 were logistics flights, and they got split up. It was this one I remember, because it was split from the 2A.2 logistics mission into 2A.2A and 2A.2B. So STS 101 and then STS 106. And then the Destiny module was launched on STS 98. The airlock module was launched on STS 104. The S0 truss on 110, and then 112 was one or the other. I can't remember. I think, was it the S1 truss or the P1 truss? I think it was the S1 truss. But at any rate, it flew those missions. Then I guess unfortunately, STS 112 was Atlantis's last mission prior to the Columbia disaster. And so whether, for whatever reason, that engine was taken out of the OMS pod and didn't go back into rotation after that.
Houston Integrity for Stowage, can you please track that we are going to keep the card readers deployed for a few more hours? Please do not let that slip our memory.
We gotcha.
And then somebody, and I'll try and duck this in between, somebody, let me see if I can go back. Somebody was asking about the Avatar experiment. It's not that long ago. Okay, Attila was asking, is that right? Have I got that right again? Yes. The Avatar, I'll just let me try and go to that tab. So that's what the acronym stands for. And so they put the astronauts donated cell samples, which they put on these chips, which will, and then of course the astronauts themselves and the chips are being exposed to the same radiation environment, the deep space radiation environment. And so if you search, I believe if you search just, I think this is what I searched on. So sometimes it's just easier to hit your search engine. So I'm using this one, but so I just did Artemis II OMS engine. I guess that was, I can't go back, but I think previously I just did Artemis II Avatar. And, again, then you have to pick the right. So in this case, it does pick this NASA blog, which is a good thing because, who knows what's going to come up necessarily. So that's what it's one of the science things that's going on there on board. Dave was here, and so Dave S. He was here. I don't know if he's. I know he's sort of working a few. Let me see if he's here because I know he. But he was talking about. Well, hang on a sec here. I can hear PAOs coming up.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the lunar flyby mission of Artemis II. The repositioning of one of the solar array wings on Integrity, giving us a view of the Earth. As it grows larger in the field of view, we're about 4 hours and 45 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the journey home for Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, following their fly around of the moon that occurred back a couple of days ago. One of the highlights of this mission in this test flight of Orion's spacecraft that will culminate with the splashdown of the astronauts and Integrity in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, just 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew is well into its 9th flight day. This is a day that is largely devoted to the stowage of items in the crew cabin, reviewing their flight data file for entry procedures and timelines. They will be witness to another critical burn later this evening, the return trajectory correction burn number 2, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach a corridor over the Pacific Ocean in which they will split the uprights to move across the Pacific into the Earth's atmosphere, descending at a rate of speed that will reach about 32 times the speed of sound for a parachute-assisted splashdown to bring this mission to an end. More details from today's mission management team meeting and status on the flight are coming your way in just about 7.5 minutes at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our daily mission status briefing.
Just checking a couple of sources. I'm not expecting to much luck with the dial-in for these mission status briefing news conferences. So we will. But I did send a question to somebody I know who's going to be in the room. So we'll see if they get a chance to ask it. And so one of the things that can sometimes be possible is after the briefing is over, if you're in the room, then again, depending on whether they need to whether they had some sort of immediate commitment and there was like a hard out. It's like this news conference has to be done at this time, and then I have to go, and that happens sometimes. Other times, it's probably more of the conversation topics are so controversial that they don't want to answer any more questions. But at any rate, I was able to get a few extra details after a few of those news conferences were, off camera, and it's like I don't know that I necessarily. It doesn't matter to me as much what the format is for getting the information, so it's just that these often are the only forums where we get to ask these questions. So again, we did get to do some I got to speak with Rick Henfling in September. We got to do one-on-ones, and he's been in the he participated in some of the televised, so to speak, live briefings. And so I have had a chance to ask him some of these questions. I should probably go back and look and see if he answered, because the question that I was interested in, have been interested in multiple occasions is, and I think we were talking about this in the live stream yesterday, is whether or not we might see some views of the crew module from the service module right after separation. I think part of it may be attitude, and whether they're getting any video downlink at that point or not. And if not, then we'll just have to wait and see what they recorded on board. But there's supposedly a camera a heat shield facing camera on. I don't know if it's on the crew module adapter per se, or probably, but the service module of Orion those are the two major pieces. The big piece being the European service module part of it, but then the crew module adapter is also. Those two are the main elements of the service module overall. Anyway, that camera and the solar array wingtip cameras, I believe, transmit to the crew module wirelessly. And so again, in theory, the solar array wing cameras, those feeds should also still be available until the signal gets too weak, and the heat shield camera, obviously the same way, since they won't be able to see the heat shield until they are physically disconnected. So JC was asking about the ground track, and I'm trying to. I don't remember whether. I can't remember if I saw it in the NSF forums or not. I think that's where I saw it. I don't know if it's been posted. I think it may have been posted yesterday, or maybe even earlier than that. But the source is probably, I just saw it noted in the NSF forums, I believe. I'm scrolling back. Okay. So yeah, Tony's here as a member of this channel. Okay, so it was displayed during the briefing yesterday. So we may see it again. Today. I don't know that they've necessarily posted those graphics. But I'll see if I can pull that up. And so yeah, as I said, we're about to get today's mission status briefing / news conference. I guess Mr. Hempfling is in the middle of his shift today, so he won't be the representative up there. But perhaps they'll run through it again. If not, I'll go see if I can snag that screenshot.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our final mission status briefing ahead of Artemis II splashdown tomorrow evening. We are joined by a panel of specialists today. Joining us is NASA Associate Administrator Amit Shathria, Artemis II Flight Director Jeff Radigan, and Artemis II Orion Vehicle Manager Breniel Rodriguez. We are going to be taking questions from media here in the room and through our phone bridge today, but before we get started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks. Amit, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow evening, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, the crew of Artemis II, will come home. They will have traveled 400,000 miles. They will have seen what no living person has seen. They will have tested every system on the spacecraft and the environment it was built for, and they will have given us 10 days of data that will shape every mission that comes after. The test is not complete. Tomorrow, the Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands and American factories for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that reentry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight. We have high confidence in the system and the heat shield and the parachutes and the recovery systems we put together. The engineering supports it, the Artemis I flight data supports it, all of our ground test supports it, our analysis supports it, and tomorrow the crew is going to put their lives behind that confidence. Until then, the flight control team, the engineering team, the recovery forces in the Pacific, to every engineer, every technician that's touched this machine, tomorrow belongs to you. The crew has done their part. Now we have to do ours. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Amit. I will mention that the crew's had a great time in space, and they've really enjoyed doing all of the checkouts that they've done. Of course, the lunar flyby was quite a day. But now we absolutely turn towards entry. And so Rick Henfling and the entry team are on console today, getting ready, doing all of the pre-entry checks, and ensuring that the cockpit is configured for entry, which will, of course, occur tomorrow. I do have a few times for you as the capsule comes in. Of course, we'll hand back from the DSN network to the TDRS network at 6:15 local Central Time. And then the crew module and the service module is going to separate around 6:33. We would do a crew module raise burn to take the crew module slightly away from the service module as it comes down. and then we'll enter blackout at 6:53 local central time. About 10 minutes later, the drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03, and then the main chutes will be right behind them a minute later, 7:04, and we'll see those three main parachutes come out, leading down to splashdown at 7:07, and looking forward to a great day tomorrow. And with that, I'll hand it over to Branielle.
Thank you, Jeff. So the spacecraft team and the Orion team, we've been doing an assessment over the last few days with an integrated team from flight operations and all of our subject matter experts here within Orion. And we've reviewed all the systems, we've reviewed all the reentry procedures and activities, and we are good to go. And so the team's done an excellent job walking through those, ensuring that those systems on board Orion and on the ground are ready to support. Orion remains healthy. It's been working fantastic. And Debbie showed you some images yesterday of our TPS system, our thermal protection system. And we completed those assessments and everything looks really, really well to continue on. So we're ready to go inside the vehicle, the spacecraft systems. It's a nice 75 degrees, so kind of like a winter day in Houston. And it's crew's loving it. So everything is looking really well from the vehicle standpoint. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with questions here in the room. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. Question for either Ahmed or Jeff, I think. Back a little more than a decade ago, the Curiosity mission had its 7 minutes of terror. And I'm not trying to imply anything, but I want to get a sense of the 13 minutes of entry from entry interface to splashdown, of how we should be thinking about it. That's the 13 minutes of what?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's 13 minutes of things that have to go right, is the way I think about it. I have a whole checklist in my head that we're going through of all the things that have to happen. The forward bay cover has to come off, the drogues have to come out, the main chutes have to deploy, the reefing systems have to cut, and we have to get touchdown angle alignment correct, and then hit the water correctly. And even prior to that, right, we've got the CMSM SEP. Separation between the service module and the crew module, that has to go right, and then you have the heat shield that has to work. So it's not so much 13 minutes, it's more in my head about an hour and a half of things that have to go right, and that's the way I think of them.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi there. Question, I think, for Jeff. I just wanted to check in. Yesterday, it seemed like the schedule moved around quite a bit. As they were troubleshooting, I think it was an oxygen tank pressurization issue in the service module. Can you walk us through what that issue is, how long it's been a concern, and whether or not it's a big factor here that's outstanding? Thank you.
Sure. So it's actually not an oxygen tank issue. It's oxidizer. It's in the propulsion system, not in the breathable atmosphere system. And so it's one of our two-part propulsion system. Which allows us to burn in space. We are seeing what is a small leak in our pressurant system. The leak is not to space; it's internal to the system, across some of our valves, and we really need to characterize that to see what, if any, modifications we might need to make in the future. And so we had some time on the timeline dedicated to some other activities, right? Having the crew pilot the vehicle again. And it made more sense for us to go ensure that we fully understood the characterization of the service module and the pressurization system, because we don't get the service module back, right? It's something that we jettison. So we all thought, right? Flight control team, working in conjunction with our mission management team, and of course our engineering teams, made the decision to go spend more time to characterize that situation. Because it was more important, and we'd already gotten the data out of the manual piloting demos that we'd previously had. So that's why we changed the timeline and ensured we could really characterize the vehicle.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Ahmed. I know all the data and all the analyses points the way for a safe splashdown tomorrow, but still human emotion must be at play. How tense, stressed are you? So much is riding on this mission. All eyes will be, so focused on all this tomorrow around the world.
But we'll be with the families. We'll be with them. We'll all be together. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. That we've been with them the whole time, and so, we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I'd tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen. We've done the work we need to, and we have full confidence in the team, the recovery team, the flight control team, the analysis, and the work we did. Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Irene.
Irene Faltz with Aviation Week, probably for Amit. At this point in the mission, how many in-flight anomalies have been are pending for action after splashdown? And compared to the list of objectives that you laid out for this whole mission, and realize you still have this very major part of it ahead, but how satisfied are you with that the mission objectives have been accomplished?
Well, Brittany, I'll talk about the details, but I'll tell you the team has extracted every ounce of test data we can out of it. I'm very pleased with the coordination, the way that we've added objectives in flight, and the way we prioritize, like Jeff said, on cases where we need actual forensic data on the hardware we're getting back versus not. So we prioritize that the right way. But Brittany, you want to talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as the things that we've learned, right, it is a test flight, and so we are learning things on the spacecraft. I think we've talked several of them in these press conferences as we have, but we gather those data. As Jeff noted, we take characterization tests of systems that we won't get back home, and when we get back home and the vehicle comes back, we'll do a lot of post-processing of all that data.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room, then head to the phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, TG Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much, and congratulations on the mission so far. Question for Jeff. Can you walk us through how this reentry procedure differs from that of Apollo?
Let's see. In terms of, it actually doesn't differ all that much in terms of just how fast we're coming back, and how much has to go right. Of course, there are some minor timeline differences. The parachute systems are different between the two vehicles, but big picture coming back from the moon is all really close to the same thing. You don't have the long coasting arcs that you have in low Earth orbit. You're really coming straight down and coming and hitting the atmosphere a whole lot faster, but that means you go through it a whole lot faster too. And so, I'd say it parallels Apollo much more than it does some of our low Earth orbit returns, and that's really what we're looking forward to. They're coming home pretty fast.
We'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm following up on the previous question. So with the lofted orbit, it comes up a bit, and Apollo had direct reentry, and Artemis I had the skip entry. So I guess it seems like it'd be somewhere in the middle. If you can just give a few more details. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken, so we are still doing a skip entry where we've shortened the duration of the skip because of the limited use disposition of this particular heat shield. We know that it can tolerate X amount of dwell time during the lofted period, which is why we're shortening the duration. To follow up a little bit on the previous question too, one of the reasons we were willing to do that is because we figured we could control the entry weather, or not control, but deal with entry weather in terms of the down track. And so the duration of the heat load, heat rate, as well as the actual down track is shorter, because that's the part of the environment that we decided to control with this particular instance of the heat shield. For future heat shields, we'll have much longer skip capability.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hi, thanks. I'm wondering if there's any chance folks in San Diego along the coast will be able to see reentry, and what the exclusion zones and enforcement will look like out in the ocean for anyone that hopes to travel via boat to watch reentry and splashdown.
Let's see. So the path that we're coming in, I don't expect it to be visible from the folks in California. And as far as the exclusion zone, we're pretty far off the coast. And of course, we're working in conjunction with the Department of War to recover the capsule out there. And it is a fairly large exclusion zone. So I would caution folks, please avoid the area. There's a lot of debris that comes down, and we work with our recovery forces in order to ensure that it doesn't hit them. But of course, we don't want it to hit anyone else. We are still targeting to come down at our primary landing site, and we have the weather alternates available. But it's further off the coast than, again, some of your, the LEO or the orbits that you've seen.
We'll take our next question from Nell with NPR.
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. I'm still trying to understand the oxygen pressurization issue. You mentioned something about it was with the propellant system. I'm wondering, does this have anything to do with anything that might be involved in reentry? I mean, I understand you're assessing it because you're going to lose that part of the spacecraft and it won't be returned, but is there anything related to that that's at all of concern related to reentry? Thank you.
I appreciate your question, and just to clarify again, right, this is actually in the helium pressurization system of the oxidizer, which of course our service module propulsion system works on fuel and oxidizer and combining those together to provide thrust. In terms of affecting reentry, it will not. We still have capability in the spacecraft and are operating in a case where all of our burns have performed nominally. They've done exactly what we've expected to. Of course, we performed return trajectory correction burn 1 a couple days ago, and it went just fine. We hit our targets, and we're actually seeing that our targets are very close to what we predicted, so our correction burns don't need to be as much as we had protected for, which is a good thing to note. We're doing another trajectory correction tonight, and then there'll be the final one tomorrow before entry. All of those are done actually without the pressurization system that we're characterizing. We're operating in a case where we're in blowdown, which means that we already have full pressure in the prop tanks to be able to perform these burns. Even if we had, a 3 sigma dispersion, we still have plenty of prop pressurization to do the burns. So we don't see any impact to entry at this time. And of course, we will, jettison the service module, and that's where the system is. And of course, the crew module jets that we'll use actually on reentry are unaffected at this time.
Yeah, and to add to that, Jeff, there's multiple layers and redundancy in our propulsion system, and so really the test yesterday was to help us characterize that information since we don't receive the service module back home. But we have reviewed that as a technical team. We have validated all of that in our labs, and we have very much confidence in the system.
We'll take another question on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks. Amit, you spent a lot of time over the last 2 or 2.5 years working on the heat shield and the reentry plan that will be rolling out tomorrow. I'm curious if you ever went through this effort and the new trajectory, directly with the crew's families, and did you feel like that session, if it happened, was able to resolve any worries they might have had? Did anybody else outside of the crew themselves from NASA sort of talk through the mitigation for tomorrow? Thanks so much.
Yeah, we haven't gone into deep technical detail. At least I have not with the families directly. I know that I will tell you though that from day one, since I started in the program and then was right before they named this crew, we have been talking to the crew about this problem the whole time, and they've been with us on the investigation. They've been with us on the production improvements that were made, all the changes to entry procedures. So they were not just doing what we were telling them to do. They co-created this solution with us. So they've been lashed up. I imagine they've discussed with their loved ones what the risks are. They've talked about that through all phases of flight, through entry, through ascent, every single piece of it. So I know that they're well prepared. And I would tell you though that. It's not said a lot, but the courage that the families show during these missions is as great as or equal to what the crew shows when they go fly, and so we all have to admire them for that.
We'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. Question for Amit or whoever wants to answer. I'm just curious to hear more about how the astronauts are feeling ahead of what's probably the riskiest part of the mission. Are they asking questions, technical questions, or anything else? And Jeff, I want to just hear a little bit more about the oxidizer issue. If you could describe the leak rate or what risk level this poses to the crew, if any, and how many valves are implicated in it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll let Jeff or Danielle kind of talk about the crew spirits. I know they've been on the radio and they're pretty chipper. So, but what you gonna tell them?
Well, I think when we talk about the managing the emotions on orbit and managing that through every day of flight, they're all a little bit different, right? And when you talk to the crew, some days we get to the conference at the end of the day, and we're talking technical items, we're talking technical things, we're talking about what happens tomorrow. And some days it's there's very little to talk about in terms of technical items, but it's hey, here's how we're feeling, here's how we're doing. They were very happy to get some time off after the lunar flyby. The lunar flyby was a long day. I'm sure you all heard them on the radios, constantly that day. It was a long, taxing day for them, and they were happy to get a little bit rest the following day. So every day of the mission, especially with a mission this short, and it's so packed full of all of the operations that we're doing, it's its own kind of thing to manage. And now as they get into entry, we're talking through, they've got conferences today with the entry flight control team, and we're ensuring that we're getting them ready in a good motional state so that they can execute, right? They're very technically savvy. Just as Amit said, we've built this plan with them. There's nothing new that they're learning, but we're all reviewing together and make sure we're well positioned to fly entry tomorrow. And I'll take the technical topic and hand that over to Branielle.
Thanks, Jeff. Regarding the propulsion system, so there's multiple valves in each string of the propulsion system and multiple strings providing that redundancy. So we worked a test plan to safely characterize what we're seeing and validate the data that we're getting down. And the team's going to go off and look at that and determine, based on what they're seeing, the thermal effects associated with the attitudes that we're flying in, and be able to come back with us post-mission with an investigation update.
Let me just make this clear. So we're leaking helium into the pressure system, into the aux system. There's a series of solenoid valves that are protecting that. We actually accepted this risk pre-flight because we had a low leak rate of helium on the valve closest to the prop system. We accepted it because we didn't need the performance for the pressure system. As Jeff said, we can do a lot of the burns just with the ullage pressure in the tank, and for a free return trajectory, don't need it. We could have done the whole mission without at least after TLI, could have done the whole mission without helium pressurant. However, we are not getting the valves back. We know it. We have leaky valves to begin with, and we want to make sure we're characterizing that leak rate as well as we can. The leak rate we saw in flight is now an order of magnitude higher than what we saw on the ground. It's still acceptable, but that will lead us to probably an extensive redesign of that valve system. I don't need those valves to hold pressure in the same way for a LEO orbiting mission, but for a lunar orbit mission, I do. I need all the performance in the system so I can pressurize, which is why we prioritize that side of the valves.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Hi, Josh Dinner, space.com. I'd like to follow up on Joey's question a little bit about how the crew is feeling. Most astronaut missions to space these days are quite longer than 10 days. Do you get the impression that there is any sort of bittersweet feeling about how soon their mission is coming to a close, even though they are hyper-focused on their task ahead? Another question, can you clarify why San Francisco, the coast of San Francisco, was chosen over other landing locations like the Gulf or the Atlantic?
It's San Diego, so it's near Naval Base San Diego, which is we like them. They help us. So that's why. It's because proximity to where they do fleet operations, which too, we also climatologically, those waters are pretty calm. And so we do a lot of recovery operations there. In terms of how they're feeling, I mean, like you've heard them. They're it's interesting. I really want them to answer this question when they come back because the ranges of emotions are crazy for them. But, they are some of the most thoughtful, incredible people that I've ever known. And even some of the moments I think a lot of folks have thought about, just what you've seen them, the expressions of love and, devotion to family and what they've shown, to me is a great, example of why we go and do these missions, right? If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go? And so that's why we send humans. That's instead of robots sometimes, that's where we have that firsthand witness. And so they're going to go through a whole range of just like we have watching them. And I think that's the whole point, is that we can share that experience.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you. Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites here in Houston, Texas. In addition to the real-time data coming from the Orion spacecraft, will there be any ground systems used, say radar or really rapid telescopes? Thank you.
Let's see, in terms of gathering data from reentry, I'm trying to understand your question. Yeah, so we have a whole set of actually aircraft that we're going to use to gather data off the spacecraft as it comes down in. And then once it gets back, of course, we're recording data on board that we don't get down on the ground in real time. And we'll use all of that information that we record on board at a much higher rate than we can actually pass it down through our communication systems to be able to ensure we fully understand what occurred.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. I'd like to follow up a little bit more on the entry, just a smidge. This is probably for Jeff, but commentary eloquently put it that we're doing the correction burns to split the uprights. Can you define that flight path angle that we're aiming for and what the consequences are of not, what bounds out in the consequences of not being at the correct flight path angle at entry interface? And also, can somebody summarize the plan for assessing the TPS right away after splashdown, what the timeline looks like and how you'll plan to get that data?
Let's see, so in terms of the flight path angle, I mean, it's quite simple. You have to hit it, or the TPS, we don't expect it will be successful, quite frankly. We have to hit the flight path angle accurately, and what we're doing over the next day and a half is ensuring that all of our correction burns, which are very small and calculated to be very small right now, get us exactly on that angle, right? We've got about less than a degree of angle that we need to hit, and when we come in, we need to be right in the center of that. Obviously, we've got a little bit of wiggle room. We don't plan to use that. Our guidance is working very well right now. All of our trajectory calculations are showing that the vehicle's on almost the best path it could be, and that our correction burns are very small this evening and then tomorrow. But we have to, let's not beat around the bush. We have to hit that angle correctly. Otherwise, we're not going to have a successful reentry.
And then part of your second question, we actually have our thermal protection experts on the vehicle, on the ship that is with the team as a part of the recovery. They have a plan in place to do extensive imagery of the TPS system, our heat shield, upon it getting back into the well deck of the ship. And then, of course, once it gets back on dock and at Naval Base San Diego, we'll do more imagery before it gets transported back to KSC, where we can continue on getting additional insight into it.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. Could somebody please clarify the peak heating, peak temperature, the peak velocity, because the miles an hour are jarring a little with what Rick said yesterday in terms of the feet per second, and also what will the astronauts feel, see, and hear on the way down? Thank you.
Let's see, so in terms of the numbers, we'll have to get you that. I don't have those specifically off the top of my head, and I know Rick gave them to you in the units that we generally use, but we'll be sure to get those to you. In terms of what the astronauts are going to feel and hear, they're going to feel and hear when all the various chutes deploy, and when the forward bay cover comes off, all of the pyrotechnic events that are part of a nominal entry, descent, and landing sequence. They're going to hear them, they're going to feel them, and it's actually, I think, going to be a fun ride for them. They're looking forward to hearing and feeling them, by the way. We did our checkout of the crew module propulsion system a little earlier today, and when we actuated the valves to actually prime the system, of course, they're waiting inside the capsule, just waiting to hear that, knock of it sounds a little bit like a wrench on the spacecraft. And that means that the valve actuated successfully, and that's what they're looking forward to. So, they're looking forward to what they're going to hear, and they'll be able to tell you all about it when they get home.
And we actually had on Artemis I, we had a video during reentry where you could hear the acoustics inside the spacecraft, and I think that's been shared externally, and so it's been a helpful contributor to know what to experience for Artemis II.
Okay, we'll take another here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, Ed Lavandera with CNN. Thank you for the time today and good luck tomorrow. I'd love to know how much of the piloting will Victor Glover be doing? How much of the control of the capsule will you guys have in mission control? What's the balance there, just to kind of understand the logistics of how that plays out during reentry?
So during reentry, the vehicle's piloting itself. And we have closed-loop control guidance on board that's going to be piloting the vehicle down to the ground. If there is it's actually multiple failures to get into a case where the crew is going to pilot the vehicle. Were we to have those multiple failures, which of course we don't anticipate, there is the opportunity for the crew to take control. I will tell you that when we've worked with them ahead of time, they're very concerned with cases where they would have to take control. This is not a system where you want to be manually piloting it yourself. You'd rather let the computer pilot the spacecraft, and that's what they're going to go do. But of course, they can take control if they absolutely had to, but we don't expect that to be the case.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Megan with Scientific American.
Hi there, Megan Bartels from Scientific American. Thanks so much for taking this question. I think this is for Jeff. Thank you for the timeline updates at the top. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to ask about crew extraction. From what I understand, that's about an hour after splashdown. And I just wanted to understand why the delay, what will be happening during that hour-long procedure, and then if you could provide a little bit more detail on the rationale for the order of extraction, that would also be great. Thanks so much.
So, in the moments after the vehicle hits the water, there's a number of things that the crew has to do on board. There's a number of systems that we have to begin an orderly shutdown, and the crew then has to orient themselves and begin safing the spacecraft so they can open the hatch. And that takes a little bit of time. In parallel, of course, the recovery forces and Lily, our recovery director, are bringing the recovery forces closer to the capsule. They do have to stay out, a fair number of miles because there's debris that comes, of course, our drogues that are coming off the spacecraft, the forward bay cover, as I mentioned earlier. We don't want any of that to land on our recovery forces, so we do have a certain amount of time that will take to ensure that we don't put any of our recovery forces at risk. Once we confirm that there's no risk to the recovery forces, which takes a matter of minutes, then they're able to approach the spacecraft and begin the process of extracting the crew. That's not it's not a short process, but it takes about 30, 45 minutes is what we've seen in calm seas. And of course, we are expecting good weather at this point, but it takes a little bit of time to get the recovery forces into the capsule and then help the crew to get out of the capsule and onto the front porch, which is the flotation part of the recovery forces that actually attaches to the spacecraft. So it just takes a little bit of time. We need to do this calmly and methodically, and that's the way it goes. So that's why it takes time. Like any operation, you have to spend the right amount of time to make sure we do it successfully. As far as order goes, that's really left up to the recovery forces. It'll depend on the crew, the specific crew, and how they're doing. And, Lily and her team will manage that as it comes.
Okay, our next question is from Marcia Smith with spacepolicyonline.com.
Thanks so much for taking my question. And it's actually a follow-on to that. Could you talk about what debris is going to be coming off and falling into the ocean, and over what distances it's going to fall? And are you going to try and recover any of it other than the parachutes?
Yeah, I'll try and take a shot at that one. So when the crew module comes back in, the forward bay cover, which is the very top of the crew module, actually comes off, and that pulls out your first set of parachutes. And we have kind of 3 sets of parachutes that come out. And so as each one of those pull off, they get released. And so that is kind of what the debris that Jeff's talking about that falls into the zone that is the kind of the keep out zone that the team has out in the water. We do try and recover best effort. Crew is priority, so crew will always be done first. But the teams out there and the assets out there do look and try and recover, for example, our parachutes if they're able to, but not critical. We have a slew of test data to support all the things that we have seen. So hope that got all the questions there.
All right, we'll take another on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I believe this is for Amit. I just want to clarify your response about the leaking valves. Just to be clear, you said that you ultimately will need to do an extensive redesign of the system for future lunar orbital missions. And Do you have a sense of how long that might take? Is it too early to understand how that might impact the schedule for Artemis missions moving forward?
I think we're pretty convinced that we'll need to do the redesign. In terms of timing, I'm convinced this will not be the pacing item for a lunar mission, so we'll be able to fix it in the time we need to. Might take a little while, but we have to get it right, and also we want to make sure we do the right amount of tests. So, but yeah, pretty sure we're going to need to, at a minimum, tweak the design to prevent the leak rate that we have, if not fundamentally change the way the valve works, but we'll have to go do that properly.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Will, go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time one last time. Just to follow up on Lauren's question, the European service module for Artemis 4 is already at the Kennedy Space Center right now. Do you imagine that it would need to go back to Airbus in Germany for this work to be done, or can technicians come to the Cape and get that work done in Florida? Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can do it there. It just depends on what logistically makes the most sense from a production and access standpoint. So we'll just have to go through that. Yeah, I don't know, but I imagine we have options.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
This is Henry Gass from the Christian Science Monitor. Thank you for doing this. My question, I know you're all very focused on tomorrow, and it's a big day, and you're focused on wrapping up Artemis 2. I'm wondering if, Artemis 3 is not that far away as we stand now. Are there any preparations for that have begun, or can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, so if you just go down the road here, there's a Mark 1 Blue Origin lander that just came out of Chamber A. That's getting shipped back to Florida. I know the folks in Boca Chica are getting the Block 3 Starship ready to roll. They've done cryoproofing. They're going to do static fires here shortly in April and hopefully get off relatively soon. Core Stage 3, the top 4 fits of Core Stage 3 are going to ship from Michoud on the 20th of April. The booster F segments for Artemis 3 are already at Kennedy. As we talked earlier, the Orion, the Dash 3 Orion, the CM and the SM are still separated, but the new heat shield, which has been redesigned to tolerate those new conditions, is also assembled and ready to go. We just have to make those segments and go. And so we're yes, in earnest, proceeding as quickly as we can. The mobile launcher, one, did not sustain, does not require the kind of refurb that we need. So we already moved the crawler transporter up to Pad B, and we're going to bring the ML back into the VAB hopefully by the end of next week and get on with it.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for doing this. I want to ask, what is the single biggest thing that you would want the people of Earth taking away from this mission? And that's for anyone.
Wow, that's a tall order. Single biggest thing. There's so much, right? There's so much that we've done on this mission and so many things to share. I look at, all of the crew's reaction on flyby day, all of the snippets that they shared with us, the imagery, the videos, and it just makes you want to continue to go back, right? I think that they said it best. This isn't the trip, it's the first of many trips. And we just need to continue on because there's so much there. Think about how much we thought we knew what was going on and we thought we knew what the moon looked like, and now we see it a totally different way. I think we're going to see that on the next mission to the moon as well, and we just need to keep going.
Okay, we'll take 2 more here in the room and then head back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, question about the astronaut schedule for the next few hours or next day or so. Just wondering, are they going to have the ability to talk to their family? Do they have a last meal aboard Orion they plan to eat? What are their activities before they actually get set up for that splashdown?
So I'll tell you right now, they're really focused on ensuring that the cabin is completely configured for entry. There's a number of things that they have to do. They have to pack all of the equipment that they brought out for operating the spacecraft and get their suits out. They have to get the seats out, and it just takes a fair amount of time to reconfigure the cabin. Of course, they are sending messages to their families, and there's always a last meal anywhere you're at, but it's more of it's time to eat and be ready to go. It's not necessarily a symbolic thing. But it's something that they'll do together, and I don't want to give you any impression other than they're focused on ensuring that they have a successful reentry, and I'm sure they'll take a special moment to themselves, but our focus with them is a successful splashdown tomorrow.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Adkison, Houston Public Media. Question for Jeff. You talked about the checklist that you're going to have. I'm wondering if you could characterize what it's going to feel like in mission control tomorrow, specifically in that 6-minute blackout period.
Yeah, I think, again, we're going to be thinking through all of the things that we know is happening on board, but that we can't see, right? And so, in order to keep myself calm, because I think, as Amit mentioned earlier, there's all of that irrational fear that, is human nature in some ways. I'll be going through what I know is going on board and saying, okay, it's this time, this switch is actuating, it's this time, I know these valves are firing. It's this time. I know that we're this many minutes away from the parachutes and the clock's ticking down, and I'm sure that's what I'll be doing to keep myself calm. Rick Henfling's the flight director in charge, and I need to make sure that I stay out of his way. We all have to make sure that we stay out of his way and let him and his team work, and we'll just be thinking through the things that will keep ourselves calm as we wait for reacquisition of signal.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you so much. Sincere thank you to you all for the information and to all the PAOs on the live stream. It's been very informative every day, so appreciate it. I believe this might be for Amit. I know we're nearing the end of these daily briefings, and I wanted to know if we could just look ahead to what the astronauts schedule. I know historically there's extensive post-flight mission debriefs and medical evaluations and media requests for interviews after that. I was wondering, since we're not going to be getting these daily updates, if you might just paint us a picture of what the month after landing will look like for the crew, their kind of rough daily activities.
I think maybe Courtney might be the most qualified to answer that one, so.
Yes, so they will go through some medical checks, some debriefs, and we do plan to talk to the crew in a crew news conference where you will all be invited within the first 2 weeks after splashdown, and then they will hopefully begin all of their appearances and tours starting at about the R+30 mark. So we look forward to seeing them back here on Earth and getting that schedule underway. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
My question, a little bit later today, I understand the astronauts are going to be trying on the orthostatic intolerance garment. Now, I kind of understand what that does, but is this something new created for Artemis? And would you embellish a little bit more beyond just it's going to adjust the body?
Let's see. So I think you're talking about the orthostatic garment that we actually tried out yesterday, and we had the crew put them on to test out and ensure we had a good fit. This is really the first layer of their suit that they put on here, and we'll put on tomorrow for reentry. And so the goal there is to make sure that we have a good suit fit, that we're getting all the pressure on the human body in the right ways to be able to come in and have a successful landing.
Okay, our next question is from Manuel with Exploración Especial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I was wondering how far into the entry phase are we going to continue enjoying the live views from the service model? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the capsule and the service model tomorrow? Thank you.
Hear most of that.
I didn't. Was your question? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the service module and the crew module?
Correct. Yes. If you're going to enjoy that live.
So we are going to set up our cameras to try and see some of that on board, and of course we'll see that in the data coming down from the vehicle that has occurred. I don't expect that we'll be able to see that visually at the time it occurs.
Okay, we'll take some more questions here in the room. Let's go right over here.
Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. The crew module for Artemis II, will it be refurbished and reused for a future Artemis mission?
It's possible. There's some components we might use. The pressure vessel will probably be compromised, but Brunel, I don't know what the current reuse.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing the vehicle back. There are a significant number of components within the module that we'll be pulling out to reutilize it. And then if from going forward from there, we'll see what we need to do.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for doing this. Tom Clark from Sky News in the UK. We now understand the crew are not going to exceed the Apollo 10 re-entry speed record. Is that actually an advantage to you? Was that something you've tried to build in to reduce their speed of re-entry, given we expected it to be pretty fast? Is the fact they're going to re-enter the atmosphere at 1,000 miles an hour slower useful to you?
I mean, we did, because of the way we characterized the heat shield problem, the interaction between the material and the aerothermal loads in the environment, it is actually advantageous for the heat shield to ablate more quickly. You avoid the regions where you have essentially pyrolysis going on in the heat shield, the burning without oxygen, but then the creation of those pyrolysis gases when you don't have a receding front for ablation. Like if you're in that config, that's the condition we're trying to avoid. And so by sharpening the entry, you actually can keep that ablation front moving while that gas production is happening. There will be a little bit of dwell period, but there are other things you trade. I mean, you might argue they want to just go as fast as possible. While there's other parts of the vehicle you care about, maintaining different envelope constraints. And so it was very specific in the way we dialed in the entry heat load and heat rate.
Okay, Irene, go ahead.
Sorry if I missed this, but how many miles off the coast of San Diego is the targeted splashdown site?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's I believe it's a couple hundred miles, but we'll have to get
too many for anyone to want to go and hang out.
That's the key.
Okay, it looks like we have another question right over here.
Hi, Dan Lenan from the Naval Postgraduate School. I have a couple status questions. In terms of the LRO images of the Artemis spacecraft when it was going by the moon, do you have any updates on whether those were successful? Also, what actually happens to the service module? Is it going to be part of the debris? I wasn't sure if that was going to be also burning up or coming down. And then how about the weather? What's the latest on the weather?
So let's go in reverse order. The weather's looking good. And we expect not to have an impact to recovery operations. There is some weather moving in after we land and have the recovery of the crew complete. And so, of course, Lily, our recovery director, and with the captain of the ship, will be figuring out exactly when to get the crew off the ship and back to the naval base. They'll have to take a look at what that timing is. And of course, we expect them back here sometime on Saturday.
Okay, anyone?
Service module?
So the service module, it'll actually re-enter Earth's atmosphere and burn up. So it is part of the debris, and we keep that as part of the keep out zone. Can't remember the first question.
I haven't seen any of the reports from LRO yet, so we'll have to investigate.
Anyone in the room here still have a question? Okay, Jackie, we'll go ahead and go back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, one quick follow-up for you on the oxidization, pressurization. Were there any signs of this also in Artemis 1? Can you remind us, and what went into that decision to kind of just assume this risk heading into flight? Thanks.
Artemis 1, we didn't. We knew we had PCA leakage in the helium side. Again, given the Artemis 1 mode, we decided, like in distant retrograde insertion as well as the rest of it, we could tolerate it. The big difference here is we did the TLI burn with the Orion, like as opposed to the ICPS. So that, I'm not sure that that's related. It just so happens that that's when we saw the leak increase. It probably is related somehow. But Branielle, did any more details on 1?
I'd have to go back and get the data on 1. I apologize. I just don't remember.
Yeah, but we did, Jackie, we accepted the risk for 2 just because the leak was small enough and we knew we had plenty of pressurization volume to go deal with. We didn't see it as a common design feature across all the different valves. It was isolated to that one particular one, and with the mode we had picked for free return, we didn't need the performance, and so.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? We designed the mission to be able to tolerate this type of failure, and we baked that into how we designed the mission with the low Earth orbit, the high Earth orbit, and then their free return trajectory. So it's something that for multiple reasons could have occurred, and we were prepared for it ahead of time.
Okay, go ahead.
TG Mosquero with the Epoch Times. Thanks again for the second question. One more for you, Jeff. When you sign off from your shift tomorrow, what do you have anything you're going to say? Any final words to the flight director you're going to pass off to or off to the crew?
Well, so a couple of thoughts for you. One, I'm actually, I've completed my shifts. I do not have any more shifts here for Artemis II. And I'll tell you, I signed off the same way I always do, which is go get some sleep and we'll see you tomorrow, because we're not done on this mission. We've got another day and a half. And, you know, that's when we can start celebrating, is when we have a crew safely in the med bay of the ship. And, you know, that's really when we can allow the emotions to take over and you know, start talking about success. We need to have the crew home before we do that. Rick Henfling will be the flight director on console. I imagine he'll have some words for all of us, but really we're just focused on getting the crew home, and then we can start thinking about celebrating.
Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica again. Probably for Amit, just about the pressurization valves. I think we're all kind of asking questions. You know, we're non-technical people mostly here in the room, and so we're just trying to understand sort of the seriousness. I think we all understand that this is not a constraint or an issue at all for this mission. You talked about how Artemis 3, you don't need the performance, but you do for Artemis 4. You know, when I hear about propulsion valves, I get a little nervous because it's an important part of the system, and they often are issues with them. And so just help us understand, like, is this like a review on the scale of the heat shield after Artemis 1, or do you think it's like a significantly less serious problem to address? Just kind of help us understand the magnitude.
That's fair. It is not. It's not. You know, there are a lot of options for how to take care of this problem. I think if anything, I'd characterize it as a production redesign risk for the Artemis 4 mission, which I think we can get in front of, and which is why we put so much attention on it during the mission, to make sure what we're seeing, because the sizes of the leaks we've seen in the past were not this large after the burn. And so if we know that this is, no kidding, a different piece of data that's outside the range of our current understanding, that pushes us more quickly into, hey, let's get the redesign started now, so we avoid the production risk. It's not a safety of flight, safety of crew, you know, must work function like the heat shield investigation sent us down. And it's going to take work to get it right, but it's not of that magnitude.
Okay, we'll take our last question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I wanted to clarify that the immediate families will be watching for mission control for entry and splashdown. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And they'll be reunited when the crew gets back to Houston?
Yeah, whenever the team that supports them makes sense,
okay,
yep.
Thanks.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Our special coverage of Artemis II Splashdown begins tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, ahead of Splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
Okay, then. Let me see. All right, let me pull up the entry. I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. It says entry interface on it, so there you are. Well, there it is. There's me. I'm not. But yeah, so that's the graphic that Rick Henfling showed yesterday. Actually, let me see if I can. I'm not sure if I can. I don't know that I have this. Let me go back to the live shot. So there was some good information in there, and in fact, NASA's posting some shots of Artemis III related hardware on. So there are some shots of the booster train as it came in. I guess it was yesterday. Oh, well, it always does that. I'm not sure. Well, pardon me. Lunch repeating on me still. No. I guess we can still. I'll leave the mission audio on underneath.
Houston Integrity, is there anything we can do to help your efficiency here? We can execute some steps from 2.2.1.
Hey, Reed, we are just a couple of commands away from getting everything squared away for you.
Roger that. Thank you.
So that's a shot. That's a shot of Crawler Transporter 2 parked just outside the pad gate. And I believe Mr. Kshatriya, Amit Kshatriya, said they're looking to do that role by the end of next week, and then they'll have more. They'll continue the refurbishment inside VAB High Bay 3. But there were a handful of things, and I did finally hear from public affairs, but just the initial part. So again, they're the folks that I typically email with to get information are in Houston right now, helping out with sort of wrangling the media at Johnson Space Center. And but they did. I sent them an email, and they did finally say, "Hey, we got this. We will get back to you." And so it's certainly not going to affect anything. The mobile launcher will come back to the VAB. They'll get into that work, and really we can ask these questions about what happens. What happened at the pad, the initial
Integrity
assessment.
Houston, for PCD connectivity, we have not seen PCD2 reconnected to the network. If you can please check PCD2.
Okay, we will get on that. And for a crew that has asked for only lower cabin fan speeds this entire mission, we are very happy to have what we have right now. Thank you.
We see PCD2 on the network and silver linings.
Okay, great, thanks.
And then the other shot, there's others you can see.
This is
there.
Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 21 hours, 52 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Aboard the vehicle, the 4 crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are busy stowing the crew cabin in preparation for tomorrow's return to Earth, and breaking out the flight data file for a bit of study on all the procedures and timeline activities that will accompany their return to Earth for a splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday night. While we were in the mission's status briefing about 18 minutes ago, there was a smoke alarm that was enunciated on board, ultimately attributed to the crew beginning to pack up items in the crew cabin. It is believed that all that happened was the stirring up of some dust that the sensitive smoke detectors in the crew cabin picked up on, And in the conservative calibration that those sensors are placed in, enunciated that alarm. There is no smoke. There's no issue with the vehicle, but we thought that we would play for you.
Integrity Houston for cabin config.
Go ahead.
A probably wrong subject line there, but while we try to cool off the cabin temperature a bit, we have elected to turn off OFF, the cabin leak detection, just to avoid any further enunciations there. And once things stabilize, we will re-enable it, and we'll let you know when that's the case. Your edge key still works.
Okay, copy that.
Once again, while we were in the mission status briefing and the crew was beginning to tidy up the crew cabin, they apparently kicked up some dust, which triggered smoke detection, enunciation in the cabin, a smoke alarm, if you will. There was no smoke. There was no indication of any anomalous behavior on any of the environmental control systems on board Integrity, but we wanted to play for you the clip of the exchange between Commander Reed Wiseman and spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey during that 3-minute or so period of time in which we were evaluating the systems on board Integrity. Here's the clip.
Integrity Houston, we copy your call and we see the messages. We'll sync up when you're ready.
We are ready.
Okay, Reed, we'll take a quick report from your perspective on what you heard and saw and your conclusion on NAMA.
Okay, we're powering up the AGA right now. I'll let you know when it is up. Just from our perspective inside the cabin, we are 100% nominal operations. We are just gathering to start studying entry prep. Do you see any indications on the ground?
Yeah, Reed, we did see a large spike in the smoke detector data. However, it does appear to be normalizing. It does look a little different than the signatures that we've seen previously during the
cabin entry config. We are kicking up a fair amount of particulate. I wouldn't say there's a lot of dust in here, but I'm just looking around and there's a fair amount in here. So if it was simply a smoke detector detection, I think we are good. We did not manually initiate that.
Understand all, and we'll stand by when you have an AGA reading. We'll take it.
I know we need to wait 5 minutes, but right now all indications are off scale low. CO2 is 3.2, O2 is 21.3, temperature is 76.7, and we have a bit alpha of 16, a bit bravo of 0, and a cabin pressure of 14.8.
We copy all, and we're looking into the bit.
Houston Integrity, what is the smoke detector's nominal voltage?
Checking. Integrity for the smoke detector, nominal voltage is around 1.2. We are seeing it hover at 1.2 or just above it.
We'll give you a minute to chew on the data, but our recommendation on board is for you to reconfigure for nominal operations.
And again, that was a replay of a clip of the exchange between spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control, part of the entry flight control team, and Commander Reed Wiseman on board Integrity. Just to recap briefly, at about 3:10 p.m., about 24 minutes ago, there was an enunciation of a smoke detector alarm on board Integrity, but all of the cabin environmental readings checked out to be normal. It is believed that this was the result of some dust that was kicked up. This happens frequently on the International Space Station, by the way. But the bottom line is no harm, no foul. Everything is in order on board Integrity. All of the systems are in great shape, and the crew is pressing ahead with stowage of the cabin and review of their flight data file. One note from the mission status briefing that was concluded: Flight Dynamics has provided to us the total distance traveled between launch and splashdown for Integrity that lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center, Pad 39B, back on Monday. It is calculated by Flight Dynamics that the total distance traveled for the Artemis II mission from launch to splashdown will be 694,481 miles. 694,481 miles. There's your official distance. And that includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity flew in for the first 24 hours of the flight prior to the trans-lunar injection that sent the 4 astronauts off toward the moon and its lunar flyby earlier this week. The crew is preparing to move into a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the burns that remain on the docket for this flight, and the procedures and all of the review of those procedures for entry and splashdown off the coast of California.
Somebody's phone jingle. Or something. Maybe I should do that. So I got a chance to talk to Rick Henfling last September, and I probably should just before tomorrow try and get that that question and answer, edit that so that we can listen to it. But Manuel asked the question in the news conference that I was interested in, and so Jeff Radigan said they're going to try and record those views. Certainly the heat shield facing camera on the service module as they separate, and then maybe also the solar array wings. But that'll just be recorded on board, and we aren't likely to see that. I don't know if I would guarantee anything one way or the other, but I guess the expectation is we won't see that live tomorrow. And then one of the things that Rick talked about last September when I asked him about was a camera in the cradle that the spacecraft will sit in once they bring it into the well deck, and then they position it over this cradle. I think it's called a cradle. And then they empty the water out of the well deck, and the spacecraft settles down onto course, they have ropes tied to it to keep it in place. And then as the water level drops, then the spacecraft will settle down onto the cradle. But he said there's a camera on the cradle somewhere that will give them the ability to image the heat shield before it settles down on to the cradle. So I'll see if I can find that, if I can get that audio edited for tomorrow.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the control room as we take a look at this great view of the Earth, growing larger in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Shows the Earth. That's the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown.
Integrity Houston for email. Everything is synced up. You are go to open email. And let us know if and when would be a good time to come on board with the HHP cam.
We are definitely feeling a little bit behind on the timeline, so let us get back on step and we'll get that stuff going.
No worries, we copy.
And Reed Wiseman inviting us to come on board to watch the crew at work on this final full day of activities for the Artemis II astronauts. We'll be coming on board shortly. Once again, the view of the Earth that you saw a moment ago that will punch out again right there. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes away from reaching the halfway point on the journey home from the moon. Again, splashdown is scheduled. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time tomorrow. Once the crew completes its briefing with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review all of the procedures associated with the entry and splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow, the Flight Dynamics Officer will provide the latest numbers and what's known as an entry pad. This is basically a list of numbers that show the time of the burns remaining, particularly the RTC3, or Return Trajectory Correction number 3 burn, that will take place early tomorrow afternoon, the final major maneuver to fine-tune the orientation of Integrity on its path to enter the Earth's atmosphere with precision to minimize peak heating on the vehicle and to bring it into the corridor that will result in a splashdown close to the recovery ship, the USS John P. Murtha. There is a second return trajectory correction burn that's scheduled this evening at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is currently planned to be about an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters with a resulting change in velocity of about 4.2 feet per second, once again fine-tuning Integrity's path toward the entry corridor, essentially a cone across the Pacific from southwest to northeast that is about 475 miles wide, 475 nautical miles wide. If you think of the beginning of entry interface, go 1,300 miles down track toward the coast of California. That is the initiation of the zone, the splashdown zone that we would like to enter in. We would prefer to enter into a zone that is as far downrange as 1,775 nautical miles, which is much closer to the coastline of California and much closer to where the recovery team will be waiting to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is not in any anomalous situation, no leaking of toxic gases, and to begin the process of erecting a large raft alongside of the vehicle called the front porch, in which the crew will be extracted and will spend a few minutes getting acclimated to the sensation of gravity for the first time in 9 days before they are hoisted in sequential fashion up to a pair of Navy helicopters to fly them back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will go into medical bay for initial medical evaluations. The latest information that we have received from the Murtha shows the order of extraction of the crew from the vehicle to be in this order. Christina Cook will be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last out of his ship. They'll all be in that front porch, the large inflatable raft, buttressed up alongside the hatchway to Integrity, before they are hoisted one by one into the helicopters in alternating fashion. Christina Cook first up to helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen next to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover, third in line, will be hoisted to helicopter number 1 to join Cook, and Reed Wiseman last to be hoisted to helicopter number 2 to join Hansen for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha. There have been a lot of questions regarding peak velocity and G-forces on the crew. We can tell you that the current prediction by Flight Dynamics indicates that the peak velocity for Integrity as it barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere will be just after we begin a 6-minute blackout in communications, which I'll explain again just a moment or two from now. We expect the speed to be about Mach 32, which equates to about 23,839 miles an hour. Now that could vary a bit based on trajectory, angle of attack, and other factors, but we expect the peak velocity to be about 32 times the speed of sound. The G-forces on the crew expected to be up to about 3.9 Gs, very much in limits to what you would see for a returning Soyuz or Dragon crew, even though the velocity entering the Earth's atmosphere is much higher for Integrity because of the distance that it is traveling on its way back from the moon. We'll run down all of the key times of entry events a short time from now, but for now, everything is going very well on board. The crew preparing to enter into a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the particulars regarding procedures for tomorrow's homecoming to bring to an end this historic lunar flyby. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes, 24 seconds into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
That was kind of a traditional signing off for now, just for not end of commentary, but for the moment. There were, so Cram's asking kind of for a recap of the news conference. I don't know that there was anything about the mission. They did ask questions about this helium, one of the valves in the helium pressurization system for the hypergolic propellant tanks in the service module. So they've been having this issue. They did that test last night to try and characterize the leak rate, and I mean some of the questions. There were some questions about that, And in the Amit Kshatriya, who's now the agency's associate administrator, so basically the top civil servant in the space agency, but he was the head of the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate Moon to Mars program, so intimately familiar with the spacecraft systems and other things like that. And but he mentioned in there that the issue with this is an issue that they'd seen on Artemis 1, but they're seeing a little bit higher of a leak rate this time, and they're thinking that they're going to need to make adjustments by Artemis 4. They won't necessarily have any. They don't think it's a showstopper for Artemis 3 because it's just a low. Well, again, they're talking about whether it's going to be a low Earth orbit mission or a high Earth orbit mission, but regardless, they won't. He doesn't think there would be an impact that they would be able to fly that mission. And it looks like we're having a little bit of. It sounds like we might getting this conference started here pretty quick, so maybe we will see the crew.
Integrity Houston for a follow-up. The false fire cleanup is complete, and your leak detection is re-enabled.
And so, yeah, there was an issue.
Outstanding, Jackie. Thank you very much. Feeling good on here.
There was as Jackie Mahaffey just said, there was a false positive fire alarm went off, and so they're just, again, they have to get everything reset. And then there was some somebody asked Mr. Kshatriya about Artemis 3 preparations, and he confirmed that the core stage, the top 4/5 of the core stage, which is the core stage main elements, there are 5 of them. The top 4/5 would be the forward skirt, liquid oxygen tank, inner tank, and liquid hydrogen tank. And those are still at the machine assembly facility in New Orleans. The rollout date for that is April 20th. He's now making that public. We'd heard a little bit of that in the background. But that'll go to Florida and be mated eventually with the engine section, which is already there. And NASA also released some pictures just in the last, it seems like a couple of hours, showing the crawler transporter at the pad 39B gate, and also the solid rocket boosters. I'll have these backwards. So these are the 2 solid rocket booster aft segments. The descriptions for these images say aft skirt segments. I'm not sure if that's more or less confusing. It's sort of severe trivia. But these are the aft segments. They will go in the build-up stands in the rotation processing and surge facility, where they will be mated to the aft skirts and also to the nozzle extensions and also to the core stage aft attach rings and some other things. And once all those are mated together, that's called the aft assembly. That would eventually roll into the vehicle assembly building and be lifted onto the Mobile Launcher 1 vehicle support posts. And the Mobile Launcher is being prepared for rollback, and Mr. Kshatriya said they're looking at hopefully end of next week. So it would be right around the time that the core stage rollout would be, not quite, but somewhere around there, maybe a few days before that. But trying to think what was else. And then I saw Gopher Gordon talking about. I actually haven't seen these. There was a Cessna video, and since I have that queued up while we're waiting, we can. This is the I guess visual Cessna video. It just yesterday it doesn't really matter, but I was sort of able to put this into a better format. I wonder if this is the same Cessna though. They released other, I think, infrared versions of this or maybe a separate camera from the same Cessna, or if this was if this was, and this is in slightly in slow motion. So let me see. Of course, I'm downloading it on another system. I guess if it's fast enough, I can put it over there. But this was a pretty spectacular video itself. So Anthony in chat is asking, is Artemis 3 ready to stack? Not yet. And it might not be. I think they're, I'd speculated last year when we were looking at a mid 2027, I'm not even sure what to call it, aspirational date for then Artemis 3, when Artemis 3 was still a lunar landing mission, that they would need to start stacking the boosters by the middle of the year. Not sure that they're going to start that soon. We will have to see, but still waiting to hear, waiting for this crew to flight director conference briefing. But yeah, I have seen that the stream has been a little choppy from time to time. Not as bad as in the hotel in Houston, but that's really more of that's the hotel Wi-Fi in Houston. But I have noticed from time to time we'll get these little dips in the upload rate. Pardon me. But I have not seen. I mean, and so, yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess, I don't know how you put it. Maybe narratively, if they stack SLS and then, I think by the time they get to the point where the SLS is stacked, or just the core stage and boosters are stacked, we will already know by that point, because the core stage itself is not even, final assembly is not complete yet. We'll know, or we won't know, but I will say we'll have a better idea about the status of I'm going to close that because it has issues with it. But we'll have a better idea about the status of the HLS providers, because that's not going to be, I'd say at a bare minimum, they're not going to start stacking until the summer. So the things that they would need, I think, specifically, they'll need the mobile launcher to be refurbished and ready to stack. They'll need the solid rocket booster aft assemblies ready to stack. But I think beyond that, they would want to have a much better, well, they may internally have a much better idea of when the core stage is going to be ready to mate to the boosters, but they may want an up-to-date version of that at the time that they have their tag-up meeting about that question. Are we ready to stack? They did something very similar for Artemis II in late 2024 before they put the two aft assemblies on the mobile launcher back then. And then they're also going to want to know about the status of Orion and that build, and they're going to want to know the status of the HLS providers and maybe also Axiom Space. But the Axiom Space may be able to do an in-space demo on the International Space Station, so that they may have other avenues to do in-flight demonstrations and flight tests prior to Artemis 4 now. So we'll just have to see. But it will be interesting if they just go ahead and stack SLS. I mean, I know I've talked about this on other live streams. If you recall, the Artemis 1 vehicle was stacked for almost 2 years before it launched. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that the Artemis 3 boosters can be stacked that long, but if we were to just use that as the premise, if they were to start stacking in the middle of this year, then that would take them out well into 2028. And so if HLS is still not ready to fly a mission by that point, then there are other problems. But I was talking about this in yesterday's live stream, but it really does seem now that the Artemis program and the schedules and the missions revolve around the lunar landers now, whereas they used to revolve around, well, maybe not completely, but more so. They used to revolve around Orion and SLS. But now I don't think Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 can be flown. There's no gateway orbiting lunar outpost. There's a gateway bank account, but no longer an orbiting lunar outpost. But whereas before, if there was no Orion and SLS, then there's no Artemis mission to fly. I think the way that things are framed now, it's HLS. If there's no HLS vehicle to fly Artemis 3, then it's hard to see NASA flying anything. I don't know what they would do. I think they would do nothing. And maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't.
Integrity Houston for State Vector Uplink.
Go ahead.
The pre-burn state vector has been uplinked. This means that your PCL slot 3 is no longer valid. Your PCL pointer is now pointing to your nominal slot 4.
Outstanding. It's great news, Jackie. Thank you. And we are going to head over to 2 for the conference.
We are ready. We'll meet you there.
We'll see, but I think if they're going to have that over, especially if they're talking about going over to Orion to Earth Communications Channel 2, that sounds like that's going to be a private conference. Well, I guess while we're waiting, maybe I can... I wonder if I could... I'm going to just take a look at these. Well, these cameras look... Well, that's interesting. I don't know whether it is, I don't know I don't know if it's the same camera on. Maybe not. It is. I'm just looking at the. Whoa! I'm looking at the infrared cameras, and it definitely seems like one of them was the exposure settings on one of them were maybe a little. Maybe they were intentionally set for after solid rocket booster separation. I don't know about that. But it doesn't look so. Okay, so what is that? That's the ISO 3 replay. The ISO 4 replay looks more interesting.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We're about 3 hours away from Integrity reaching the halfway mark between the Moon and the Earth following its flyby of the lunar surface. Integrity systems in excellent shape. The crew currently in a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to review entry and splashdown procedures and elements of their flight data file, along with the rest of the flight plan for the remainder of the mission. Next up in major activity will be the brief firing of reaction control system thrusters 5 hours and 48 minutes from now in the RTC-2 burn. That's the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. That will further fine-tune the path of Integrity as it begins to approach the Earth's atmosphere that it will reach tomorrow afternoon for its entry back to Earth, a high-speed entry that we'll get into with more particulars here in a minute. The crew tomorrow on entry day will wake up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time to begin their final day in space. They'll begin to configure the crew cabin, completing all of the stowage of items that they no longer will need. They have already begun that task. This is basically cleanup day today. They'll be configuring the cabin for entry and preparing their launch and entry suits. There is another return trajectory correction burn that is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday. That's the final big burn that will clean up and tweak any further trajectory maneuvers to make sure that Integrity is moving in the correct orientation with the right angle of attack as it enters the corridor, a cone if you will, across the Pacific Ocean for arrival at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. Although we are broadcasting 24/7 on the YouTube channel, continuous coverage all the way through the time the crew is on the recovery ship tomorrow evening, NASA Plus coverage will join in simulcasting all of this at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday afternoon and evening. At 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European service module. And just 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, the crew module thrusters will fire for about 18 seconds to nudge the aft end of the vehicle upward, basically reorienting the vehicle for the most favorable angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. In rapid fire succession at that point, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, the vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Range to touchdown 1,701 nautical miles. Now, just 24 seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle, raising the temperature around the vehicle to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will enter about a 6-minute blackout period at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual. We will have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the ionization, the plasma buildup around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from the velocity of entry. During that blackout period and the period of peak heating, the G-forces on the crew will build to about 3.9 Gs, which is well within the limits planned for this mission. Integrity will conduct 2 role reversals, one to the left, one to the right during this period of time, actually the first pair of 5 such role reversals that will be commanded by computer to bleed off excess speed as the vehicle descends into the thicker regions, the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the crew. We'll be calling them to make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response. And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away from splashdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur in several stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion to slow its speed from a peak velocity of about 32 times the speed of sound to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour in a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle that must be pulled away from the rest of Integrity to ensure the deployment of the rest of the parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time. Each one of these chutes is 7 feet in diameter, weighing about 8 pounds apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet when the vehicle is traveling at about 350 miles an hour. That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent, establishing the proper conditions for the main parachute deployment that will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time, while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude and rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute deployment following 3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deploy. That's the key thing we're looking for. These 3 large parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 5,400 feet above the ocean. And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 198 feet per second. The main parachutes, the three large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 265 feet long. You'll see them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for a spacecraft that is landing on land in the case of Russian Soyuz vehicles, or in the case of Dragons landing in the Gulf or off the coast of California. So 11 parachutes will be employed during the descent of Integrity for its splashdown, and the current time that we have from Flight Dynamics for splashdown on Friday night is 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time, which is about 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific.
Well, so Tony's saying that it does look like they're posting more launch videos today. Tony's saying that they posted the rocket cam video of launch. They did post the switched video. I'll have to go back and look at the download day, but it may have been the day after launch, or maybe it was April 3rd. Pardon me. But what would be of interest would be the full. I forget how many cameras there are. It's not a dozen, but it's probably in that ballpark. So maybe let me see if I can find that on their YouTube page, and we can watch that. Or 8:58. See that? Oh, this is what's
GLS,
I
go
think
for
this
your
is the
left.
same.
Great.
I think this is the same, but I can
Once
be wrong.
Integrity splashes down in the Pacific,
Oh, I see. Okay.
Navy helicopters and fast boats will be deployed to arrive by the capsule as quickly as possible. Here in Mission Control, we'll be first conducting the power down of the electrical systems and ensuring that no toxic gases are emanating from Integrity. The one thing, of course, we'll be looking for at splashdown is the orientation of the vehicle. If it's stable 1, we'll know, and that means it is upright. If it's stable 2, it will be upside down, but the system known as CMOOS by its acronym, the Crew Module Uprighting System, which consists of 5 large inflatable airbags at the top of the spacecraft, will be inflated nonetheless, whether it's stable 1 or stable 2, through helium that will maintain a stable upright orientation for Integrity to allow the start of the recovery operations.
That's it.
It is anticipated that it will take about 45 minutes to an hour to extract the crew from the vehicle. The extraction process, led by Navy divers and flight surgeons, will have Christina Cook exiting the vehicle first, followed by Victor Glover, followed by Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last off the ship. Once in the large inflatable raft that will be erected and buttressed up alongside the spacecraft, it's called the front porch. The crew will make sure that they are getting their Earth legs back after 9 days of weightlessness. and one by one they'll be fitted with harnesses to hoist them up to 2 hovering Navy helicopters. Christina Cook will be first up into helicopter number 1, followed by Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2. Victor Glover is third up in helicopter number 1. He will join Christina Cook, and Reed Wiseman will be last, going up into helicopter 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, which is the recovery ship. Once the crew is on board, they'll be taken into the medical bay for more comprehensive medical exams, and will spend some time aboard the ship before they're helicoptered off the ship back to San Diego, and ultimately to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center.
I don't know if I can't remember if I'm muted or not. Okay, so this is the video.
Once again, is a rundown of all of the key times that we have at this point. Any updates, of course, we'll bring them along to you. But the crew currently in the midst of a review of entry and splashdown procedures with the entry team here in Mission Control. They'll be moving into a midday meal a short time from now. And once again, the next major event is going to be the return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is on tap for this evening, with the burn scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight, an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to tweak and fine-tune the path of integrity back to Earth. About 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, the vehicle will pass the midway point of the return trip home from the moon that saw a fly around to the moon and human eyes casting a gaze and capturing historic photos of areas of the moon never seen before.
So yeah, I was showing you the video that they posted.
So we will continue our nonstop coverage of the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, all the way through the point that the crew will be in the medical bay on the ship tomorrow evening. Once again, splashdown is scheduled off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
So Cram's asking in chat, were the slide wire baskets released at liftoff to minimize damage to the exhaust? Yes. For shuttle, the fixed service tower was in a different orientation, and so the slide wire baskets, I think, faced away from the vehicle to a certain degree, and then again, because the shuttle was an off-axis, it was side-mounted. The vehicle drifted away from the fixed service structure much more quickly. Here, it goes straight up, and the baskets are subjected to significant environmental effects, but releasing them at least mitigates some of that damage. So, but the this is one of the infrared cameras that they released. Let me see if I can get closer to. I'm sure I can, but I'm also going to run out of time because we got to take Teddy. So we still have audio up. I thought this was the one, but I could be wrong. Oh no, this one's better. But the other video is just
Integrity. We are back up on 1 after the conference.
The other video was, or did I do it, or did I download the wrong one? Actually, it looks like I got the wrong one. I think this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yes, this is the blown out one. That's not a.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts: Christina Cook on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reed Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right. The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth, and will soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth.
All right, let me go in here and make sure that I...
Integrity systems functioning very well. No issues being worked by the flight control team. No issues that would preclude a nominal entry and splashdown for the crew on Friday. One more note, I think of interest, of course, is the heat shield on Integrity and how it likely will fare during the high-speed return to Earth for Integrity's astronauts on Friday. I went through this a bit earlier today, but I think it's worth repeating. On Artemis I, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which means we performed an initial dip into the Earth's atmosphere to dissipate some energy, to basically bleed off excess speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the eastern Pacific Ocean south of San Diego. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were some areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which created a cause for concern for a critical part of that spacecraft. It should be noted that the chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Orion is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char is what was unexpected on Artemis I. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, a process known as pyrolyzation, which generates gas during entry. The generation rate of gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material known as avcoat. As those gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield, and the char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gas to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. On Artemis I, however, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure got high enough, portions of the char layer liberated from the heat shield. As a result of the post-flight analysis, and by the way, it should be mentioned that by all estimation and all analysis, had a crew been aboard Artemis I, it would have been safe for them to return. However, this was an off-nominal occurrence. As a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All agreed with one conclusion. For Artemis II, it was agreed to fly a shorter entry trajectory, in other words, a shorter amount of time from entry interface to a splashdown site, to avoid a temperature buildup or a temperature profile conducive to higher rates of gas generation as the avcoat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis III and beyond, we're going to redesign that manufacturing process to make the avcoat blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous, allowing more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for longer skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon, which of course is our destination for lunar landings at the outset.
Okay, so then, so it sounds like Rob Navius repeated the part, the explanation that he made earlier in the day, which is good. And that's correct. So Anthony's saying the first Orion test flight, the Exploration Flight Test 1 crew module, used the original avcoat and structure design, which was, I think, hundreds of thousands of cells, honeycomb cells. So it was the avcoat was injected essentially into hundreds of thousands of cells of honeycomb, and that formed the structure of the heat shield. But then the avcoat was the thermal protection material, and so they wouldn't have this type of issue. But they had other issues because it wasn't the same. They're taking the Apollo outer mold line, the shape, and upscaling it. And so when they did that, it did not necessarily, they had other issues with it in terms of manufacturability and other things.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a wider view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room, here in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Down the hall from here, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room that you see in your view, work is continuing as the work day for the Expedition 74 crew has wrapped up. They are, in fact, preparing for the launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning. That launch scheduled at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time, to send a Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft to the International Space Station packed with food, fuel, supplies, and scientific experiments. NASA Plus coverage of that launch will begin on Saturday morning at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, and again the launch 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. A launch on Saturday, weather permitting, will result in a robotic capture of the Cygnus craft, which is named the SS Steve Nagel after the late former astronaut. That mechanical capture by the robotic arm under the operation of Jack Hathaway of NASA, backed up by Chris Williams, is scheduled for Monday at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday, with our coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, high noon Eastern Time on Monday. The Cygnus spacecraft from Northrop Grumman will be installed onto the common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module for its delivery run to the Expedition 74 crew. So there's activity in both rooms. The segue from Artemis's return to Earth to resumption of space station operations. The resumption, not actually an accurate word, because the space station operates 24/7, 365. But the focus of attention will shift from Artemis to a certain extent to the active operations aboard the International Space Station. We're about 2.5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on Integrity's journey back to Earth from the moon. And of course, with splashdown looming on the horizon, all of that activity will unfold in rapid-fire succession tomorrow afternoon and evening, culminating with a splashdown off the coast of San Diego for Integrity and its 4 astronauts at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours into the flight of integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
I can still try and duck in some of these, some other things going on. So again, this is this infrared launch replay. We'll have to see about. We'll have to see, but this one, I think this is ISO. Well, it doesn't matter. This is the one that's not as blown out. And so the core stage replays video, again, I just took a quick look at it on YouTube, and again, it looks like, so it's 8.5 minutes long. And so what they've done is they took the switched feed view video, and they showed a couple of cameras at the same time, like the ICPS separation. What would be also interesting, not necessarily more interesting, but would be to see every one of those cameras for as long as they ran. But this is an interesting view too. I don't know if this is from the same Cessna aircraft or not. It kind of looks like it. It's just that it also looks like a different camera. It looks like it's framed close, it's zoomed in more. And the visible light view, so to speak, was a wider shot. Yeah, we'll have to see. We will have to see what's going on with in terms of the timing. So yeah, it does seem like April's going to be busy. Sounds like we're coming back to.
And back aboard Integrity, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen in the middle of your screen, Christina Cook on the right, Reed Wiseman in the background. The crew continuing to stow equipment and get Integrity's cabin ship shape for tomorrow's return to Earth. Victor Glover just right there on the left side of your screen.
So this camera is positioned kind of up against the Equus wall, and so now we're looking. You can see the main windows of Orion here in the back with the black outlines. Earlier, we'd been looking at a view where you could see the hatch kind of in the center background. And so they've just repositioned this camera. And so at some point, I don't know how much time they've figured this out already, I'm sure, pre-flight, but they'll have to unstow their launch and entry suits and all of that equipment and get into those. But there's all sorts of equipment that needs to be stowed first. definitely having a performance dip here. So I'm going to see if I can stop this and if that helps. Trying to close some background windows. No, still having some hiccups here. So apologies, there's a little bit of a
Houston integrity, stowage, low priority.
Christina, go for stowage.
The keyboard is stowed per the return packing plan. It was deployed.
We copy.
I'm going to try and go into this and clear the list.
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for entry day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
Huh. That's interesting. So I was trying to figure out why the stream was getting choppy, and of course I'm over here downloading like a 10 gigabyte file. There's another replay that they put out there, purported to be from the Ponce de Leon inlet. I guess as long as there's not a lot of talking, I'm probably going to take a chance and let it run in spurts to completion. but that will probably cause the stream to be a little choppy from time to time. But I'll keep an eye on that, like right now.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the flight control room. A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her Ascent Flight Director, Judd Freeling, and the Entry Flight Director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth.
I wonder if Charlie Blackwell Thompson is there to watch the entry, and maybe maybe to see the crew when they return to Houston. I think they were mentioned I believe they mentioned in the news conference something to the effect of they expect the crew to return to Houston on Saturday. Again, presuming that they land in the primary splashdown area. Yeah, Tony in chat saying, I hope Rob gets an interview with her. Me too.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing. It's a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC-2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. It will be a brief firing of the RCS system to tweak and refine Integrity's orientation as it heads toward an entry corridor tomorrow over the Pacific Ocean and its plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. Just to refresh folks, Christina Cook and Reed Wiseman returned home from their first missions in a Russian Soyuz vehicle for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover was on a Crew Dragon mission, so he was in a parachute-assisted splashdown on water. Jeremy Hansen, of course, flying for the first time. So this will all be brand new to him, although this crew has trained for all of this for the better part of 2.5 years.
Integrity Houston, for the burn conference. We are ready when you are.
Okay, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
I think this is the entry pad that they were talking about. We should hear some details then.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn, basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Okay, good clarification. So not the entry pad. This is just the upcoming, as he said, the upcoming RTC burn in a few hours. It's actually rather a long time from now, like 5 hours, a little less than 5 hours from now.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
All right, for our RTC2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2, TGO of 9 seconds. Delta V components, X negative 3.2, Y negative 0.8, and Z 4.0. How copy?
Copy all.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
And then we do have a couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and We do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
Copy.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC2 burn, if PCL and the RTC3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go, and there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, will be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew, involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
It's a ways away from now, that RTC2 burn, but that was kind of what I was looking at in terms of picking a start time today. So that burns maybe what, 4.5 hours or thereabouts from now, maybe a little bit more than that, between 4.5 and 5 hours from now. So that's probably somewhere around the time after, post burn, where we'll call it a stream. It's kind of funny to say that since we're still 4 hours away, but that's kind of how long I'm planning on hanging around here and just keeping an eye on what's going on. And then probably kind of a similar timeline tomorrow. The crew will wake up around 11:30, 11:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and the splashdown is a little bit after 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'm gonna plan on starting my end of mission reentry and splashdown live stream around the same time as I did this one today. So around 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and then try and make it all the way through the post splashdown news conference, which is tentatively scheduled for about 2.5 hours after splashdown. And there's a lot of work to do after splashdown. So hopefully we will have enough light to see. The crew will come back first, but hopefully we'll have enough light to see the spacecraft get pulled into the well deck, and that they've gotten the crew and the spacecraft recovered successfully tomorrow.
Houston, Integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
Houston copies. We're ready.
The flight plan and the timeline has changed a little bit, but I believe they're done sleep shifting. So the crew wake up time that was advertised is similar
And Christina,
tomorrow,
we see a good solution. Thank you.
which would be about an MET of
Integrity copies.
an MET of 17 hours. I should be able to bring that, or at least, well, let me make sure I have it over here. Hopefully I can bring it up in the background. I don't have it over there. Well, so I need to push it over there. So one moment. Oh, of course it did that. That's not nice, but not unexpected. Huh. Well, that's just weird. So this is the pre-launch timeline for the April 1st launch, and you can see back on flight day. It may actually even be, they may have started sleep shifting. No, okay. So, flight day 1 was just going to be funky. So they stayed on that timeline through flight day 3, and then they did do some sleep shifting through flight day 6, 4, 5, and 6. And then it looks like they've they've stayed on the same sleep schedule for the most part for the rest of the mission. So they got up, so the sleep ends at an MET of 17 hours from one day to the next. And that works out to about 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Let me go back to the... It just always does that. That's weird.
Integrity, Houston. Please check the connection for PCD3 when able.
Yeah, so
We're on it.
Jay Pierce talking about
and
how
we will be
bright...
calling shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Sounds great. We're just trying to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
So they've definitely got the window covers on right now on the main 4 windows. But you can see the one that is not covered provides plenty of light. I think some of the things that, again, if you look at that overview timeline, I won't bring it up again because it keeps disrupting the live view when I switch back and forth. But they moved some. There was a lot of replanning yesterday and resequencing and reprioritizing some work. So they did a test yesterday, which meant that they didn't do an additional manual piloting demonstration. They didn't do a full radiation shelter demonstration. And they moved a few of the tasks, it appears, from what tasks that were scheduled for today, Flight Day 9, the last full day of the mission, to yesterday. And so today it looks like they're going to spend more time on, stowing equipment in the cabin, and maybe just also things going at a little bit of a quieter pace until they get closer to there were two public affairs, or PAO, which stands for Public Affairs Office, events that were on the original timeline, and apparently those were moved. One of those may have been the crew news conference, and that was moved up. That was moved up to Flight Day 8 yesterday. They did that yesterday evening. So today, it seems like there aren't as many. Those tasks seem to have come off, and they are going to do the RTC2 burn, which stands for Return Trajectory Correction. They had opportunities for 3 return trajectory correction burns, and it looks like they're going to take advantage of all 3 of them this time. On the outbound from the Earth to the Moon, they had a similar number, 3, but they only used the last one. The timeline tomorrow is the work timeline tomorrow is pretty packed. So they have this. Actually, it looks like they have a little bit of extra time. They gave them, at least on this timeline, an extra 15 minutes of post-sleep after they get up tomorrow. And then they will get ready to do the RTC3 burn. Then they'll do the final cabin configurations, and they will be splashdown. It will only be, I think, around 7 hours after they wake up.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the return trajectory correction burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor, a cone, if you will, across the Pacific Ocean, in which they will enter tomorrow evening to begin the high-speed return to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. When Integrity and its 4 astronauts do splash down tomorrow night, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown on this mission will have spanned 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was placed in through the launch atop the Space Launch System and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage burn, that enabled Integrity to spend 24 hours in a high Earth orbit that reached about 43,000 miles at apogee, giving flight controllers here an opportunity to check out all of the critical systems, including the environmental control systems in the spacecraft, prior to the trans-lunar injection burn that committed Integrity to a free return trajectory around the moon and its current trajectory heading back to Earth. The trans-lunar injection burn was, in essence, also a deorbit burn of sorts, with the crew having been set on a pre-planned course through orbital and lunar mechanics that will result in its entry into the Earth's atmosphere and a splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good, setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works, that sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. The 4 crew members are scheduled to begin their 8.5-hour sleep period at 2:05 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. The entry team will be coming on console at 10:30 tomorrow morning to begin a handover from the planning team, or the Orbit 3 team, if you will. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. to begin their final hours in space. We'll set off to final configuration activities for the crew cabin, the final burn, the RTC-3 burn of the reaction control system jets. That will be the final critical firing to complete the fine-tuning of their path towards entry interface. That RTC-3 burn on Friday is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will move into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Our NASA Plus coverage, which will be the simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage that you've been watching and listening to since launch on Monday. Our NASA Plus coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A communications link handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System will occur at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes before the crew module and service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at peak velocity at some 32 times the speed of sound. At 6:37 p.m., there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface. It's about an 18-second burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons, crew surgeons, Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel. The key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside the side hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members onto the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night.
we're watching the Artemis II astronauts working to stow the cabin for re-entry and splashdown tomorrow. They'll also be doing a return trajectory correction burn in a little while, actually several hours from now. About 4 hours from now, it looks like. A little bit more than 4 hours from now. And listening to the public affairs commentator, Rob Navius, he's the PAO on the entry shift, and the entry flight control team is currently on console right now. They'll hand over to... Actually, let me check. The entry team is essentially the Orbit 1 team today. So they'll hand over to Orbit 2, and then the crew will go to sleep, and Orbit 3 will be the overnight shift again, as usual. And then tomorrow, at the end of the sleep shift, Orbit 3 will wake up the crew and hand over again to the entry flight control team. And they'll be overseeing the re-entry and splashdown tomorrow. So they'll basically be serving in pretty much the same time slot tomorrow. The camera is in a the in-cabin camera. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but we've been looking at in-cabin views with the camera positioned over here, looking towards the hatch, and you can just barely see the outline of the hatch over here on the left. We're actually kind of on the I'm not really sure. We can't call it the back, but you can see these are the 4 main windows, and these are the 2. Well, okay, I've got it in the wrong window. So over here, these are the 4 main windows with the black window shades on them right now, and you can see the 2 seat backs. They haven't installed the places where they will position their legs yet, but that'll be part of the final cabin configuration for reentry. I believe that they'll do some of those steps tomorrow, but maybe we'll see some of those tonight. I would kind of expect them to defer that until after they get through their sleep period. But you can see in the foreground here, you can see where they've got their launch and entry suits restowed again. They did a test a couple of days ago getting into those suits in space, which is the first time that they've had the opportunity to do that. But this is the camera is kind of over on the equalist wall side of the crew compartment and looking towards the windows now. So this is a bit of a different view than we've seen several days in a row. Wait, who is this? Interesting. So it sounds like there is going to be at least one PAO event. Well, actually, maybe it's a VIP event. I'm not even sure if it's categorized that way, but they are. It looks like they're going to be speaking with I mean, I see Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, so I would imagine pardon me, I would imagine there will be others. I was looking up his name. So, the House Oversight Committee for NASA. So on the authorizing side is it's the same committee. Well, no, I take that back. I think this is a subcommittee. But the chairman is Representative Brian Babin, who I believe represents the district that the Johnson Space Center is in, I believe. So I would not be surprised if he's there and perhaps others from the Texas state delegation, but I'm not sure. We haven't heard that quite yet, but
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 26 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Cook on your left, Victor Glover with his back to the camera, Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reed Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. And big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them, and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the status. A couple things for you. We have no problem helping you out if you're looking for something in the packing plan or just want a quick answer. Don't hesitate to call us. And we were also wondering how the water bag stowage went, and just wanted to make sure that worked out well.
Okay, we just went around the group. Nobody had done that. I guess all of us were sort of thinking it was timeline somehow. So we'll go back to the daily summary and have a look at that. We can fit that in somewhere, but we haven't done it yet.
Jeremy, in the entry stowage prep activity, there is a link to the message that talks about the water bag stowage.
That conversation between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room and Jeremy Hansen on the right of your screen aboard Integrity, dealing with where items are being stowed for the trip back home tomorrow. We are still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission, and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago, that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Okay. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5 questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, Where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy acknowledged the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in PUP 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on read at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
And one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
So with Integrity Systems in good shape and the crew nearing the halfway point between the moon and the Earth on its trip back to Earth, the crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew, ask them a few questions. This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours to enable flight controllers to check out all of its systems before the following day's trans-lunar injection burn that sent the crew en route to the moon and its flyby around the moon on a free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening.
So that's interesting. So those infrared launch views from the Cessna that I was looking at for just the launch, we saw Go for Gordon post in the chat earlier, just talking about them in general, but he's posted some shots from later in the video. The video is almost half an hour long of the mobile launcher post-launch, and there's both infrared, and then it looks like one of the videos switches to visible. So I may, depending on, I may skip the Congressional phone call
Less than an hour away
Not
from
sure.
the midway point between the Earth and the Moon, there is the destination for Integrity's astronauts, the home planet of Earth. The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry. We have coming up in about 3 hours and 40 minutes the return trajectory correction burn number 2, a 9-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. There is a final RTC-3 burn, a return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead towards splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, an 18-second raise burn that basically will refine the angle of attack heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle. Almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members.
So we'll see. I may throw those up here. It's important to listen to what, because this is this is congressional leadership. These are the folks that have been working with Jared Isaacman on making changes to the Artemis plan. They at least have sort of co-signed it. And so it's important to listen to what they have to say. Except I think on this occasion, we'll see. But I think this probably will not be as much about policy as, well, maybe that's just the best way to put it. I'm not sure we're going to hear any policy initiatives but we'll see. But I think I would imagine that they're in Houston when the crew returns, which may again also be, which may be on Saturday. It just depends on where they splash down. If they splash down in the primary landing zone, that's relatively close to San Diego, and so they should be able to get back to Naval Base San Diego relatively quickly. If they were to land uprange for whatever reason, then it might be sort of out of range of helicopters, and then it might make sense for them to ride back. But we're not hearing any, as you just heard Rob Navius, the public affairs commentator, say, the weather looks good in the primary landing zone, so we're expecting them to land in that zone. But I will also imagine when they get back to Houston, there will be more speeches then too. So I guess we'll see. What I'll go ahead and do here is I'll go ahead and set those up. So just bear with me for a moment or two here. Hopefully it's only a moment or two.
This has been a fairly quiet day of board integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew of Board Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Houston integrity quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are only two, or confirm the quantity of contingency urine stowage bags on board integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty.
Sorry about that. So what I was talking about was in this replay, you can see the vehicle lift off that very quickly there. And you can see, so this wasn't blown out. And actually it looks like on this camera, they switched to a visible light and so they're looking at the mobile launcher. And what I was noting before, muted. Let me see if I can find that where they're zoomed in, was that you can see that the hydrogen, you can see the hydrogen flare stack operating just barely. It's actually still kind of difficult to tell until you get a little bit of an angle here. And then, yeah, you can start to see at the top there that it's that it is operating. But what I was saying was it's at this distance, it's difficult to get any sense of, to get a good damage assessment. And of course, the Artemis I launch was in the dark. So at this point, post-launch, it would have been, maybe if they'd had an IR camera, it's possible because of the Artemis I launch that they decided to do this, because they did not have something like this in the air after launch. So you can see the hydrogen separator that I've talked about a little bit, where they not only vent hydrogen boil off, but then also the hydrogen bleed that goes through the engines. It goes through that separator first, and then it's like a septic tank. Most of that bleed is still in liquid form. Of course, they're not conditioning it once it vents overboard of the vehicle, but when it gets to the separator, there's still some in liquid form. That's where it's allowed to completely boil off, and then that gas is vented to the flare stack so it can be burned. But
Integrity Houston, for your essay, the ground is going to do a round of intermediate targeting here shortly.
I think they zoom in at some point.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie.
But this is still interesting to look at. And so it is interesting. So even though I'll have to go back and look at the description of the video, it's advertised as a launch replay, but if anything, it provides, even if it's not easy to tell, it's still this is still more interesting.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon. Integrity's astronauts are continuing to pack up all of the gear in their crew cabin for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we are about 20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. The day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25 minutes from now at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, the RTC-2 burn, as it is called. This will be about a 9-second firing of the thrusters to fine-tune Integrity's path and angle of attack, simply tweaking its orientation towards an entry corridor that will take it toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night.
It looked like one of those photogrammetry markings on the liquid oxygen tail service mast got toasted pretty good. So I'll have to go back and so now they've backed
and once
off.
again, just to set the timeline straight for folks who are interested, the crew will go to sleep just after 2 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning, an 8.5-hour sleep period, with a wake-up call for their final hours in space aboard Integrity at 10:35 a.m. Central Time on Friday. At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver, or burn, will be conducted. One final opportunity to sweeten the trajectory of Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean. We will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. And a few minutes later at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, the pyrotechnic separation of the European service module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft end of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete the trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed to provide the best orientation of the vehicle in the minimization of heating on the heat shield of the vehicle.
So it was just totally blown out, but you could see that was the hydrogen flare stack is a lot easier to tell that it's operating correctly
If all goes as planned, Integrity will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday night. Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout because of the buildup of plasma around the vehicle that will block communications and data transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston. Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish comm with the crew, then we're just minutes away from the series of parachute deployments, 11 parachutes in all, first to yank the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then to deploy drogue chutes, and then finally the main parachutes that will slow Integrity's rate of descent to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
Looking for if they zoomed in the infrared. I think they did. It's just a question of
as mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth should occur at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, when Integrity will be traveling.
For your scene and voice checks.
back to the live view.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a tank out.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
They do this.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
They do this when the briefers come into the room and
Copy, thanks.
in Houston.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth is about 23,839 miles an hour, or Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft, basically a huge raft called a front porch, alongside the capsule after splashdown and after airbags are inflated at the top of the capsule to maintain upright orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle to make a preliminary health check of the crew before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch and then be hoisted onto a pair of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams. In all, at the time of touchdown, or splashdown as the case may be in this flight, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown will have spanned 694,481 miles. That includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was launched into for the first 24 hours of the mission to provide flight controllers an opportunity to check out all of its systems. Everything in good shape on board Integrity. The stowage of the cabin in preparation for the crew's homecoming tomorrow has continued in flawless fashion. No issues being worked here in the flight control room as the Orbit 3 team, or the planning shift, comes on to begin a handover.
Integrity for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on. It says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the crew's workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
It on the bottom underneath the other bags. And if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we interpret it too, so we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. The other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far out of the containment bag.
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Okay, Jackie, all that tracks.
So you can see, I noted it in chat, you can see they've repositioned the camera, or they're just feeding a different camera. But we were looking at the hatch there. Oh, okay, I don't know if they lost the view or they're just going to save it for the VIP event. But I think it'll be worth.
Integrity Houston, for Jeremy and the hefty bags, you should find 4 additional hefty bags in one of the 2 JSBs that you've been using today.
I think it makes sense to go ahead and watch the.
Okay, we'll have a look.
To watch this, what I'd call a VIP event, coming up in a few minutes. But that was good. We saw Christina getting in and out of the toilet compartment, and I had not noticed that before. But it has a label on the door. But that also just it's also just useful to get a sense of where that is. But which it is. It's right by the hatch, by the side hatch. Sorry, there's also a forward hatch at the top of the crew module, so to speak. The docking hatch, you could also call it. Jackie Mahaffey, who's the Capcom right now, and Rob Navius was saying she's going to be the primary Capcom tomorrow on the entry shift as well. She was the chief training officer for Artemis. So we saw her in September, but I was not aware. I'm not sure if the Capcom roster, so to speak, was necessarily available at that time, and it's possible they didn't finalize it until very recently. But they did give us a list of the different Capcoms assigned to the different shifts. So Anthony in the chat, Anthony's asking, do they train for the top hatch usage? Yes, it would be the same thing. It would be for, I don't know, an emergency egress, but it's another way. Maybe contingency egress makes more sense, which is if for whatever reason they can't or don't want to go out the side hatch, they could get out. They could open up the top hatch in the water. And we heard Rob Navius talking again about the same positioning of the capsule post splashdown. Where does the capsule initially stabilize? So stable 1 would be top up, stable 2 would be top down. So that
Houston Integrity, can you bring the fan speed down to our preferred PAO setting? And if it's already there, thank you.
But they'll use those uprighting bags to get to stable 1. But it
is there.
I think so. Kirk's asking how long will it take to get the Orion crew module back to Florida. I think they asked that yesterday.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
That's interesting. So the answer we heard was a couple of weeks. It's going to go via ground. They are looking at transporting it by air, beginning with the next mission. It had been something that they talked about. That to put
Jackie, Snark does carry you across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good.
So yeah, it'll take a couple of weeks or thereabouts, but it may be a couple of weeks after splashdown, and it'll take them a few days to configure it, and it'll go in a transportation container. But they were looking at the possibility of doing that, of putting that container on a C-17, for instance. But they, I guess, ran out of time for this mission. But yeah, going back to the top hatch, yeah, for whatever reason, they felt like that was a better route out of the spacecraft once it's upright. And that's what those crew module uprighting system bags are for. And those were inflated. We saw that on Artemis 1 right after splashdown. It looked like those were fully inflated almost, it seemed like, within a minute after splashdown. So the crew wouldn't necessarily be trying to get out unless there was obviously some sort of a contingency case. But, again, they do practice that. Yeah, let me see if I have that. There's a few better references comparing the sizes.
Integrity Houston, for the live camera feed, we are getting intermittent dropouts, like maybe 2/3 of the time. Every few seconds it's dropping to black. We'd like you to check the encoder settings for HD, and if those all look good, then perhaps we need a camera swap.
Muted again on purpose, but probably not.
Copy, thumbs up.
So there is a, I think we still have I've got the live view up on another screen. So, but that's just a size comparison of the Orion crew module to the, so it's basically, I'm sort of looking to see it's large, so it doesn't, looking at it, kind of eyeballing it, it almost doesn't necessarily look like it's the same outer mold line, but it is in theory the same outer mold line, the same outer shape as the Apollo command module. But you can see the different types of docking systems, and this graphic could be Constellation era, but I mean it's the same. The Orion retained the Constellation, much of the Constellation design, although I think it may have got through preliminary design review, but definitely not critical design
all
review.
The settings were per the procedure. We stopped and restarted the stream. We're prepping another camera. Please let us know what you'd like.
They were talking about some camera issues. They were able to get through the.
It does not seem to have helped the situation. We'd like to try the camera swap.
That's at work.
Yeah, I think they did. They may have done some of that training with. They may have done some of that training with an Orion mock-up in the Gulf too, off of Galveston. But I know they also did. They also used the. I believe they also used either the neutral buoyancy lab or something similar. Obviously, it's not an underwater test, but I know that they've also used it for that. Used it for some of those types of training. But some of the things that that Rob Navius and Rick Henfling yesterday and
This is
Jeff
Mission Control
Radigan
Houston.
talked
We're
about,
standing
like
by
the,
for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Jackie, new camera in place and wired up. How's it look?
looks almost exactly the same.
We are checking.
But yeah, they were talking about some, after the crew news conference
Wireless
last
mic
night.
audio check. 3, 2, 1.
But they said they got through that one last night. And we didn't see any issues.
Okay, Integrity, the audio from the mic and video are looking good. We'll be ready to start the event.
I don't know if they're starting it right now, but I'm still going to have to help feed Teddy here. Not yet, but if that ends up being running through, what would that be? 7:30 p.m. Central, 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Okay. I guess we're doing this now.
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
I think they're over across the street at Space Center Houston.
Integrity had a check, loud and clear. How do you have us?
Integrity, Jared, you're about 5x3 right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good evening, Artemis II crew, as you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon. The people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress, who work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared. Integrity, this is Ted, comms check. It is, I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth. Across the planet, people are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McLean earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
You know, I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis II mission as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is for Reed, comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reed, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I mean, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. That's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Hello, Artemis II crew, Reed, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Our next question comes from... Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babin and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build an international team led by the United States of America and set our sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing. But I will tell you, having been there, the four of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed, the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but it really was something. But the other thing, kind of, your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket, and then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because that's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? what kind of G profile are you going to be on, and how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space flight, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on. For my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves, looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done. Wait, that's us. The mute.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow. Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Hi, crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis II crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Cook attended high school. With Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is, yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor, and that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
Dude. All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis II. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. we are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a vet, be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in, and thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis II crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication.
That was good.
And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
I was saying it in chat. That was much better than I expected. I think because they asked questions.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24-ish hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the flight director conference just a couple minutes early.
That was kind of like a congressional hearing in space, essentially. So it was not as much.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours, as you just heard, as they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking over. They will be led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, taking over from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We think we copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
That's affirmative. The RHC is set up.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers will be back on console tomorrow morning, and that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis II flight, and that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown, the crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis II mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
So just continuing to sort of reflect on that event, that was I thought that was much better. That was set up much better as what sounded to me like a congressional hearing in space than more of a what would you call it, like an election rally, or not, or a campaign rally. It didn't sound like a campaign rally. It was bipartisan. It was leadership, and I thought I heard. I mean, it wasn't solely leadership, but it was definitely bipartisan. But we heard a few, at least one representative. Somebody was representing the appropriations committees, and we heard several people from the oversight / authorization or authorizing committees. So, and again, I just thought that format was better it made for a better event, and the crew's really good at responding to different types of questions. And so and some of them were funny and interesting. They were all interesting, but some of them were funny. There were actually several responses in there that were laugh out loud funny. But I did like, and I liked the one that, a couple of responses from Jeremy Hansen, but the one about Orion separation from ICPS is, I thought that was a good one, especially. They did publish a video of that. I wonder if I can snag that quickly. We've seen video. We saw the video from Artemis I as well, but there are these big springs that push the spacecraft away from the separation plane is between the spacecraft adapter and the European service module. And so let me go see if I can find that just for grins. I think I'm going to run out of time. We're getting very close to Teddy's dinner time. Oh, yeah, I did have that. What do you know? So let me back it up again. Just let me, well, so you can kind of see the springs over here. One pair of them. And so, of course, I think they're at 90-degree intervals. There may be more than that, but as Jeremy was saying, it's hard, apparently very difficult to miss. And then for this mission, they went very quickly into a pitch around, which I was a little surprised how quickly they started that pitch around. But you can see the thrusters pulsing. I'll run it again. And then yes, I'm gonna have to go and take care of Teddy. So I will hopefully be back in about 15 or 20 minutes or so. There he is.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a Stowage Delta when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The two items are, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those two items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AJ batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill. You recently heard.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. And just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
You can store those in Locker Delta, Bag 7.
Okay, bag 7. Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcomer capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that, and there on your screen you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission. Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, and just about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth. Most of the crew's activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA Flight Director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC-2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 58 minutes from now. And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day. And they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period.
Okay, I'm more or less back after Teddy's. We have to do dinner and then sort of the evening constitutional, such as it is. So just kind of looking back through chat. So this a little while ago. So Paul Douglas was asking about the slow rotation that they did in Apollo, and they don't appear to do this in Artemis, and that's more or less correct. In Apollo, they did that barbecue roll, and that was done for thermal reasons Artemis, well, not Artemis, but Orion stream hiccup here. For some reason, dropped the connection. So, but anyway, Apollo did what, that was not the official term, but barbecue roll, but it put the spacecraft in a slow roll. And Artemis, and I keep saying this, Orion, not Artemis, because there are all sorts of different spacecraft, but Orion points the spacecraft tail to sun. That's the sort of most general favorable thermal attitude for Orion versus Apollo. And they pretty much stay in that attitude when they don't need to be pointed for a maneuver or for some other mission objective. And so one of the reasons that they'll come out of that attitude in a little while is for this upcoming return trajectory correction burn. So they're going to be doing an RTC2 burn. And the public affairs commentator probably noted this. The burn is scheduled for approximately, I'm looking the time up here. It's a approximately 10:53 p.m. Eastern, somewhere around there. 9:53 p.m. Central, 7:53 p.m. Pacific, which is where I am now. So a little bit less than 2 hours from now. So the crew's been packing the spacecraft for the return, and they will, I think one of the last things they'll do, I'm not sure, but I would just assume, again, for the purposes of sleeping, they'll leave their launch and entry suits stowed overnight and leave the seats in a in-space configuration, so without the legs and the places where they'll rest their legs when they get in their launch and entry suits. They'll do that configuration after they get up tomorrow. There was a VIP event about an hour ago where the crew answered questions from U.S. congressional leadership, and it was a more interesting event than I guess I would expect. I guess it's hard. The older you are, the harder it is not to be cynical, but the format of the event was just more interesting. It was much more like a congressional hearing than a political event, so to speak, than like a political rally, like a campaign rally. It was much more. It was bipartisan, and the senators and representatives asked the crew questions, and the crew's just really good. The crew's heard probably every question there is to hear, and so there were funny anecdotes. There was really good answers, and the crew's really good at these events, and so it was a political event in some senses, but it was again much better than I expected, certainly going into it without knowing exactly what they were going to do. So I thought it was actually really good. But to put the old person hat back on, I think we'll see how significant that is probably in a couple of months, because there's a lot that Congress and the White House and NASA leadership are going to have to do in the next, well, probably a better way of putting it is there will be perhaps some legislative work before the summer break. I think it's an election year. It is a midterm election year, but still it's an election year. And so Congress really isn't going to get very much done after about July. So they're not necessarily going to pass much legislation, but they may draft the appropriations bill language, both in the House and the Senate, and that'll be something that we'll be watching very closely. There will be hearings very likely to be with Mr. Isaacman about the budget requests that the White House submitted, and it seems like a couple of weeks ago, but it was only 6 days ago. But then we aren't likely to see any budgets passed until after the election. And I think it's probably more likely to be early next year before, early in 2027 before a new budget is passed. There may be a continuing resolution, but we saw how difficult that was to do this last year. So, it sort of remains to be seen. But it was definitely a good political gesture for sure to have leadership on both sides of the aisle participate in it and ask questions of the astronauts. And again, the answers that the astronauts gave were really good. So, but that's of course typical, that the astronauts are, as I said before, are really good at answering these questions. So I was gone for I was gone for about half an hour. So Tim's asking, how long is the FLOS? Are you referring to another forward link loss of signal? If so, I guess they were talking about those lasting. The last few of them have lasted for around an hour, and so again, in forward link, when they lose forward link, they lose the ability. The ground loses the ability to transmit to the spacecraft either commands or make voice calls. But they still have the return link, so they can hear the spacecraft and they can receive data from the spacecraft. So, but they don't have two-way communications with the spacecraft in that situation. I did not hear. I did not come back soon enough to hear whether they were in whether they were in another forward link loss of signal or not. I could probably look around and see, but if that's the case. Okay, so Tim's saying in chat it started about 30 minutes ago. What? Let me quickly. I'm gonna leave the live stream up as is, but I'm gonna go see if I can. I have this up on another monitor. I'll go back a few minutes and listen to what the public affairs commentator said, because she probably would have given some times there, and I just missed that. The entry flight control team had handed over to the Orbit 2 flight control team a little while ago, and so this flight control team will be on console through the crew going to sleep. They'll hand over to the Orbit 3 overnight shift. Then that'll be the last planning shift of the mission, the last Orbit 3 shift of the mission. And one of the last things they'll do is send the wake-up call music tomorrow. And by that time, the entry flight control team will be back ready to take the handover for the final shift of the mission, which will be the entry, descent, and landing shift. I'm not sure. That's a good question, Tim. Do these all take the same amount of time? I'm not. That's an interesting question, which is why they have these. I'm assuming it has something to do with the Deep Space Network, and how, is there sort of a set period of time that they lose signal? I don't recall them necessarily contextualizing that or not. But let me go back, and I'm going to go back a couple minutes. I'm going to go over to another computer and see if I can catch that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. During this cabin configuration, the crew is stowing any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites and the deep space network. Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. And then that third and final one will take place tomorrow, April 10th, about 5 hours before that entry interface takes place. During the re-entry process, the service module of the Orion spacecraft will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes before Orion reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii. A few minutes later, around 6:37 p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, is when we will have that final trajectory adjustment burn to fine-tune the flight path before the spacecraft begins a series of roll maneuvers to safely distance itself from departing hardware. The Orion spacecraft will reach its maximum velocity Eastern, and this is due to plasma buildup around the capsule during peak heating of re-entry. During the re-entry, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs. And then once they emerge from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover and deploy its drogue parachutes once it reaches about 22,000 feet. That milestone expected to take place around 7:03 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, 8:03 p.m. Eastern. It will then unfurl its three main parachutes once it reaches about 6,000 feet. And that will help slow the Orion spacecraft down for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California. That splashdown expected to take place around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Within about 2 hours after that splashdown, the crew will be extracted from the Orion spacecraft and then flown to the USS John Murtha. Recovery teams will then retrieve the crew using helicopters, and once aboard the ship, the astronauts will undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore to board an aircraft and head back to the NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Again, all of that coming up tomorrow on Friday, April 10th, as the Artemis II crew prepares to complete their mission around the moon and back.
Yeah, had another, I posted in chat, but had another, just had another stream hiccup. It's possible there with all of the, there's a lot more computers on this network. And so there appears to be a little bit more, sometimes there's some activity and it'll choke the it'll choke the upload for some reason for a couple seconds, but hopefully it won't be a hopefully it won't be too much of a problem tomorrow. I mean, fortunately these little hiccups have only lasted for about half a minute. So while I was listening, while I went back to hear the call about the forward link loss of signal, and catch up, I missed another PAO call, and I think she said, I think it was maybe about 5 minutes ago, maybe a little bit more, and she said that we were about 20 minutes, so 10, 15 minutes away from regaining forward link. And so, yeah, Tony in chat's talking about a couple of articles written by the Eric Berger and Stephen Clark with Ars Technica. And those are based on, not completely, but they're based on comments in the news conferences from the last couple of days. And so yesterday, wait a minute, the days are all bleeding together because I'm like, wait a minute, I was in Houston. So I guess Eric's article was published yesterday, but it was based on the Tuesday mission status briefing news conference. That was the one where NASA Administrator Jarrett Isaacman was there, and that was the first one after the lunar flyby. And he mentioned a few other things that are going on beyond Artemis II, and it talked about there being, I guess, sort of a senior level design meeting about Artemis III. And so Eric's story yesterday, that was published yesterday, was based in part on those comments. And then there was the discussion during the news conference today between NASA Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya and lead Artemis II Flight Director Jeff Radigan, and also I'll have to go back and look at the NASA Orion program representative, and I'll have to go back and check what her name was. Let me see if it perhaps is in Stephen Clark's story. Well, hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Brunel Rodriguez. So she's NASA's Orion Vehicle Manager, the Artemis II Orion Vehicle Manager. But talking about the helium leak, helium valve leaks, I believe. They're small leaks, and so they're not necessarily mission showstoppers, but they can be. You could run into a situation where you have to use all of Orion's propulsion capabilities, or propellant, basically. So the helium is used to keep the tanks to maintain enough pressure, since all of the hypergolic engines they're all pressure fed. So you have to have something to push the fuel and oxidizer into the combustion chamber, and then because they're hyperbolic, they basically ignite on contact. And so it's not, for a mission like this, one of the things that was mentioned, I don't think they gave it in percentages, but you could see it in Stephen's story for Ars Technica. They've only used about 40% of the European Service Module propellant. And there are these 4 big propellant tanks. 2 of them store the hypergolic fuel, which is monomethylhydrazine, and 2 of them store the oxidizer, which is called alternately mixed oxides of nitrogen 3, Mon 3, or nitrogen tetroxide. But as they use that propellant up, the empty space above it is filled with helium, and that helium keeps the tanks pressurized and allows you to, it gives you the capability of controlling the fuel and how the fuel and the oxidizer get to the combustion chambers of the whichever particular engine that they need to go to. It becomes a lot more important when you're down to almost empty on those tanks. What they're doing in this situation, because they're more than half full, is they've pumped the pressure up, not necessarily over what they would normally, but there's because the tanks are still filled over half full with gas, so to speak, they're using the existing pressure in the tanks, and that's enough head pressure, they call it ullage pressure, to for a normal flow of propellants into the combustion chambers of the different engines. You've got the reaction control system thrusters, the auxiliary engines, and then the Orion main engine, or alternately orbital maneuvering system E engine. It's an old shuttle engine. And when they're not actively keeping the ullage pressure at sort of a constant value, they call that blowdown, and they did this when they originally started testing a ground test version of the European Service Module propulsion system out in New Mexico at the White Sands test facility. So they started with blowdown testing because they did not have these things called pressure control assemblies. Those are one of the final parts that had gone all the way through qualification and certification testing at the component level. And so those were somewhat delayed and stretched out the schedule a little bit for Orion at the end of the last decade, ahead of sort of being ready for Artemis I. And then, of course, ironically, Orion was ready to fly much sooner than SLS was for Artemis I, and so then they sat there for a while. But sort of that's a tangent. But for the original testing without the pressure control assemblies, what they did is they would pressurize those tanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 52 minutes. We are currently in an expected loss of signal, during which we don't have direct communication with the crew, but we do expect to regain that signal in about 5 minutes from now. Coming up in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, we do expect the second of a trio of 3 return trajectory correction burns to take place. These are short thruster firings that further fine-tune the path and trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are currently awake, and they are continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow. The commander for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Prior to this Artemis II mission, he's been to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They also set a milestone for station science by completing a record of 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December of 2020 to November of 2022. Joining Reed on board the Orion spacecraft is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot for the Artemis II mission. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. And then joining both Reed and Victor as a mission specialist is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which of course was the same class as Victor Glover. Christina previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February of 2020. And during that time, Christina Cook set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is actually a first-time flyer, joining the other 3 veteran flyers, and he is originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected by an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, during which he served as the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. So those are your 4 astronauts that make up the Artemis II crew. That crew, of course, concluding their mission tomorrow, April 10th, once they splash down off the coast of San Diego, California. Ahead of the mission, the Artemis II crew had the opportunity to design their mission patch. And that patch, which you can see there on your screen, designates the mission as A2, which also looks like the word all, which signifies not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown, and the Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it means to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon onto Mars. And that view there on your screen is the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and it provides a visualization, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. It provides that visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So right now, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 117,000 miles from Earth, and that distance continues to close in as they target that splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, April 10th at approximately 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time.
So it sounds like they are going to be getting forward link back here very shortly. But the helium system and the helium valves are important in terms of keeping pressure when you get to the point where there's probably there's a point where you can't operate the propulsion systems in blowdown. And it's just this mission was Artemis II was designed to be a risk reduction mission. So they intentionally set up the TLI part, the sort of Orion basically just completes TLI. It doesn't really do the entire TLI burn. It did just the end of it. In some respects, the core stage, the SLS core stage and boosters do a little part of it, and then ICPS does another large segment of that. And then in this case on Artemis II, Orion does just a little bit at the end. But they left a lot of propellant in the tanks to give them better abort capabilities. And they did this 24-hour orbit around Earth to begin with, rather than just letting ICPS do a full TLI burn. And so those risk reduction parts of the profile give them this additional capability where they can conduct most of they really haven't had to conduct any large burns except for that one TLI burn. And so they can do it without necessarily having much additional helium pressure in the tanks. But they'll need that when they have to do a burn. If Artemis 4 ends up in a low lunar orbit, for instance, such as the story that Bloomberg ran, I mean, it sounds like that's what SpaceX is proposing for Artemis 4, which is to have Starship do the TLI burn, and then do a lunar orbit insertion burn, go all the way down to low lunar orbit, which is on the order of about 100 kilometers altitude above the moon, more or less circular. And Orion can use almost all of its propellant to do a trans-Earth injection burn from there. But you're at that point, I think that's the kind of burn where they would not necessarily be able to complete that burn. And again, these would be the types of questions that I'd really prefer to just ask, but we don't typically get the opportunity to dig this deep into it. But that's probably what they're talking about when they say that they need it for Artemis 4, is for a burn like that, where you're going to basically burn you're going to burn down to a very low levels in the tank, and then you need to be able to keep the head pressure on the tanks in order to use all the propellant. So these leaks won't allow them to do that. What they can close those valves and not necessarily continue to leak helium, but that they also can't keep the pressure in the tops of the tanks necessarily if they have to have those valves open. So it wasn't an issue on Artemis 1. It doesn't sound like it again isn't a showstopper for Artemis 2, and it doesn't sound like it will be for Artemis 3, because again, they're not going to go to the moon on Artemis 3. So, but they will be going to the moon on Artemis 4, and they'll need it. That's what it sounds like listening to them talk about it today. So, but there's a lot of work to be done. And there was one of the good questions. There were several good questions in the news conference today, and someone followed up asking, well, the European service module for Artemis 4 is already in Florida. In fact, it's already been mated to the crew module adapter. And so it may be more difficult to get at. It doesn't mean it'll be impossible. It just means it's going to be more difficult to get at that hardware. And they'll be looking at data they got on this mission in order to help figure out what they want to do, whether they need to do a major, either a major redesign or design a major modification to the existing valves or what. But it's it's funny. It's like, again, it's April in this year already. If they really are going to fly Artemis 4 in early 2028, it's getting harder and harder to call April the early part of the year. So, I mean, they really only have 2 years to fly that flight, and there's a lot of things that have to happen between now and then. So that's just another one of those things on the to-do list. So Tim's asking about the schedule again. Let me see if we're waiting for mission control to call the crew again here. And as Tony notes in chat, we're about 90 minutes away from that. It's a very short burn, but it's an important burn to fine tune the trajectory. They'll actually do another one of those tomorrow, only about 5 hours before the end of the mission. So tonight's burn's called Return Trajectory Correction Burn number 2. Tomorrow's is RTC 3. Let me see if I can. It's like I'm trying to remember where they did this briefing. They initially announced the new schedule in more than a month ago, but not much more, maybe somewhere between 5 and 6 weeks. It's less than 6 weeks ago at the very end of February. But then they did another presentation. It's less than 2 weeks ago. So I just need to find, let me see if it was right before I left for Florida for the launch, though, so I need to find that presentation. Always does that. Very strange. So this is the presentation that Dr. Glaze made on March 26th. So it was a couple of days before I left. So about 2 weeks ago. Let me go find the mission pages themselves. So the notional plan for Artemis 3 now is it's a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking mission with one or both of the lunar landers. It would be a prototypes of both Starship and or Blue Moon, and they're talking about they're talking about the crew ingressing, opening the hatch and going inside the lunar lander prototypes, and multiple docking and undocking events. It's still hard to tell what they're talking about there, though, because are we talking about just opening the hatch up to the landers and treating them like it's an intravehicular activity, like they don't have an environmental control and life support systems? Or are we talking about a full Apollo 9 style astronauts get inside the lunar lander, undock, separate, and then separate out to a great distance, and then do a far field rendezvous and docking with the lunar lander to go back to rendezvous and dock with Orion, and then obviously get back in Orion? And would you repeat that if both Starship and a Blue Moon prototype are available? I think at a minimum...
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means we are unable to communicate up to the crew right now, but if the crew chooses, they can communicate down to Mission Control. We are just unable to respond. We do expect to regain that forward link or reacquire that signal in about 30 minutes from now.
Oh.
A few minutes after that signal is reacquired, we do expect the final burn targeting to take place for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2. That burn is scheduled to take place in 1 hour and 7 minutes from now, and it will be a short burn to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth. Throughout the mission, the Orion spacecraft has been connected to what is known as the Deep Space Network, which helps provide the astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data that has to traverse thousands of miles. And let's take a moment to look to learn more about the communications during the mission.
NASA's... All right, I'm going to this has run multiple times. So Artemis 3 is now a low or is an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight with Orion, and of course they won't be lunar landers because they're not going to the moon, but they would be prototypes that would demonstrate the life support systems, the rendezvous and docking systems, and then also possibly the lunar surface spacesuits, again a test of those in Earth orbit. And that's planned. Artemis 3 would be planned for as soon as mid-2027. Artemis 4 now would be the first lunar landing, and then Artemis 5 would be, they don't even put it on here, but Artemis 5 would be a second lunar landing. And then let me see if I can, pardon me, let me see if I have the, so these are this is just a basic overview of those, but this is the schedule now. So, and again, when did I did this was actually a couple of days before that presentation, and obviously before Artemis 2 launched on April 1st. But Artemis 2 now has launched, is coming home tomorrow. Artemis 3, again, mid-2027. They were at first talking about a low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight. Now it could maybe be a high Earth orbit or a low Earth orbit. There are a bunch of different variables that go into that. So then right now the big picture plan is to try to make 2 lunar landing attempts in 2028. Artemis 4 being in early 2028 and Artemis 5 being in late 2028. So they're still doing well. These are relatively short.
Control, you're once again seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from Earth and to the Moon, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. The Deep Space Network is sometimes referred to as DSN, and it is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that supports interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth. Again, we are currently in a planned forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and we expect to regain that communication here in about 26 minutes from now.
So yeah, once Artemis II is complete, I think we'll probably be talking about Artemis II for a little while afterwards, but there will definitely be a shift in attention to what comes after, and it's going to be really interesting because I've talked about this for a little while, but it's been apparent for over a decade, which is that the plans for what would happen after these first two missions have been changed a lot. These first two missions were there probably as long ago as 15 years ago. There's always been these two demos, which became Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. But if you go back 15 years, they were originally called Exploration Mission 1 and Exploration Mission 2, the first one being an uncrewed demonstration of Orion and SLS together, and then the second one being the crewed demonstration. And then those were renamed in 2019. But, there was an Exploration Mission 3 and 4 10 years ago, and there have been Artemis 3 and 4 missions, even as recently as 3 months ago, that were different types of missions. And so they've been changed multiple times. 10 years ago, those missions were gateway missions. Even 3 months ago, one of those missions was a gateway mission. And now the gateway has been the lunar orbiting outpost version of Gateway was terminated. And so that's no longer an option. And so now they're just going to be Artemis 4 and 5 will be lunar landing missions, and Artemis 3 is going to be it's another type of risk reduction mission. Orion does not have any of its rendezvous and docking hardware or software. So even this proximity operations demonstration that was flown on the first day of the flight was was hand flown by the crew. And so the crews, it is still a fly-by-wire system. I mean, I know there's still some general aviation planes, but there's most of these systems now are fly-by-wire systems. But at any rate, the crew's putting rotational hand controller and translational hand controller inputs into the fly-by-wire system, and that's Orion's guidance, navigation, and control is then doing something with those inputs. And so this is an opportunity for both the software developers and the GNC developers to look at that feedback system. But then for the next Orion will have a docking adapter, and it will have full autonomous rendezvous, proximity operations, and docking software. It'll also have all of the rendezvous and navigation aids, and that system will be a fully closed loop autonomous system, just like Dragon for the Commercial Crew Program rendezvous and dock with space station. And we saw Starliner make a couple of attempts to do that. I guess they did do that on their on their, I forget which one of those, but they did it on one of their uncrewed demos. But that capabilities, they were planning to do that on the first lunar landing attempt, and now they've added this mission which allows them to do some risk reduction on that subsystem for Orion. But then there's a whole bunch of other, there are a bunch of lunar lander risk reductions that they can do in things that especially don't require Starship and Blue Moon to go to the moon. So, there's it's like Blue Origin is going to send a cargo lander to the moon this year and make their first landing attempt with that. And that will be part of that will play some role in the whatever Artemis III lunar landing acceleration plan they have. We still don't really know the details of that we just don't know the details of that. The best description we've heard so far was in a story by Eric Berger for Ars Technica. But I don't think Blue Origin even commented about the story. So they'll be able to send a cargo craft to the moon, but it'll be interesting to see if they have the capability of sending a crew-rated cargo craft to the moon by next year. And similarly for Starship, for the HLS, they've already demonstrated almost a dozen times the ability to launch a Starship into low Earth orbit. They didn't do sort of the last mile of that because they want to be careful about disposing of these prototypes. They don't want those to re-enter and break up over overpopulated areas. So they haven't done a deorbit burn yet. They haven't gone all the way into orbit in that last mile and then had to deorbit. But all indications are that that's going to happen this year with the version 3 prototype. But that there's another step beyond that in order to take any one of those starships and send them to the moon, and that's propellant refueling. So this Artemis III flight test plan in theory doesn't require any refueling, any Starship refueling. And they could defer that to the uncrewed lunar landing demonstration, which would either be a separate mission, or if they happen to have the propellant transfer technology mature by the time we get to this time next year, we've heard people, speculate, well, maybe they could use the same Starship for both demos. And it's possible, assuming that they can do that. But it's not required for Artemis III. And then similarly for Blue Moon, they'll be able to send a cargo ship or a cargo lander to the moon within a single New Glenn launch. But again, the rumor has it that they're proposing something that doesn't require refueling, but does require multiple New Glenn launches in presumably a relatively short period of time. And they have not, they're still, I think they're getting ready to launch their third New Glenn. They still have a ways to go to increase their launch cadence to be able to do that. And similarly for Starship's going to have to, we've seen SpaceX lay the groundwork for a rapid launch cadence, but we'll have to see whether they can pick back up to that. Assuming that these initial version 3 prototype missions go well, then then we may see them, but they're both going to require a relatively high launch cadence, either to launch a bunch of refueling tankers for Starship, or in the case of New Glenn and Blue Moon, to launch what was called in Eric Berger's story, I think, transfer stages, I think that was where it was. But it's a, I guess you could call it, it's not a refueling, but it's a similar idea of taking of multiple propellant loads, using multiple propellant loads in order to propel the lunar lander all the way to the surface of the moon with enough propellant to get back, to lift off the surface of the moon and get back to Orion. So Tony was asking, I don't know if these spacecraft have serial numbers. I would imagine that they do in documentation, but it actually was, it's funny. I was trying to, I asked, I remember asking Boeing, somebody from Boeing that I got a chance to speak with multiple times. Again, this is way back pre-COVID. But I remember asking, I'd heard from somebody who worked on shuttle that the external tanks had nameplates on them with the serial number and so on. And you see these plates when you walk into an airplane. They're they're usually on the inside of the door, kind of like the VIN numbers, those plates that are on the inside of the door in your car too. But I kept asking about this because nobody ever said to me, no, we're not going to do that. But eventually that was kind of that was eventually what I got to was, no, we're not, they didn't say it that way, but it's like, they just didn't have one. So I wonder whether these, I don't know what you call these, serial numbers. I mean, you could, if you want to label them, if you want to label the exploration flight test spacecraft the first crew module, then you just, you're numbering them sequentially. So, and so the next question is, will this particular Orion be refurbished and assigned to Flight 5 or 6? It won't be, the hull won't be refurbished and flown again. That would begin with the next one, the one that would fly on Artemis 3. The intention is, or the hope is, to be able to refly the structure on Artemis 6. So the Orion production contract works in blocks of 3. So the initial, you had the first 2, which were done under a development contract, or not the first 2, but the all the way through Artemis 2. So again, there's 3 of them there, but they're block buying the structures and the parts, all the long lead materials, not just metal, but also metal stock, but also all the avionics, all the parts from the valves, etc., wiring for in blocks of 3. So the Artemis 3, 4, and 5 vehicles would then, that hardware that comes back to Earth, the intent is to then refly those on Artemis 6, 7, and 8. And of course, now we don't know what's going to happen with Artemis 6, 7, and 8, and whether Orion will participate in those at all. But that was the plan. And what they might do is something that we saw between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, which is they took a subset of equipment out of the Artemis 1 spacecraft and are flying it on this vehicle that's returning to Earth now. There were things like the phased array antennas, GPS antennas, and there were a few other avionics boxes that came out of the Artemis 1 spacecraft and were refurbished, retested, and then installed in this crew module. And so they may do the same thing for this spacecraft when it comes back. They may pull a little bit more. More of the avionics could be reflown. There may be the seats, some of that equipment inside. Probably, they'll take all of the equipment out of it that's already been standardized. So maybe some of the other crew systems, some of the Eclipse systems, so the things like that. then again, the crew systems, things like the crew displays and the seats that I was talking about, and other environmental control and life support equipment may be taken out of it. And there may be things down to, again, valves and manifolds. Those may end up being spares, but yeah, the intent isn't to take the structure and refly it. So what will happen is they'll, even for the structures that the intent being to, basically just after the Artemis III spacecraft comes back to Earth, the heat shield will be removed, and they'll do the post-flight analysis. They'll strip the remaining AV coat off of the heat shield carrier for the Artemis III spacecraft, and then that carrier will be, they will have to, they can't refly the AV coat, so they'll have to fabricate another set of blocks. But I think the idea is to take that Artemis III vehicle and turn it around similarly to the way that the Dragon spacecraft were turned around for flight, and the way that the space shuttle orbiters were turned around for flight. So yeah, I mean, basically, of course, they won't be disposed of. They will be, even the Artemis I spacecraft was used to certify the Orion design and this vehicle, this spacecraft unit for flight, but it's still around. So it went up to Ohio to do another set of abort level testing of different types of shock tests and acoustic tests. But of course, again, same thing with the heat shield. They took the flight heat shield off and did all of that analysis on it, both non-destructive and then destructive analysis on the AV coat that remained. But then eventually stripped the AV coat off of that, and I think they were able to reuse the titanium carrier for that. But then for the environmental testing that they did up at Glenn, they just put on a titanium, just a bare titanium carrier. And in fact, they installed a docking adapter, and which again, those pictures that I saw of it were really interesting, because let me see if I can pull one of those up, just because it gave you a sense of the scale and what the docking adapter looks like, at least to some extent. Let me see if I can pull this up before we get, yeah. So this is the Artemis I Orion crew module, that part of it, with probably a structural test article forward bay cover, because that, if you heard some of these briefings, that's just jettisoned during the sort of terminal descent, and that's jettisoned, that begins the parachute deployment sequence. And then you can see up here again, it's again a structural test article for the docking adapter, and then you have, again, like I said, that titanium heat shield carrier without any AV coat on it for doing these tests. And you can see over here I believe this is the structural test article for the launch abort system. And you can see again those are the fillet fillet panels, and the motor. This is the motor adapter truss assembly, which is attached to these points on the forward bay cover. And so when we get to the Artemis III deorbit burn and landing, that will be another thing that has to be jettisoned. Although I believe that the docking adapter will be jettisoned much earlier than, again, the forward bay cover is, goes all the way through reentry. The docking adapter does not have any thermal protection system on it. It's designed to be thrown away. So it'll be jettisoned and it will reenter and burn up. But that will be one of those re-entry jettison events now. And again, one of those other things that you wonder about. So again, we have the launch abort system over here in a pad abort. That's an extra piece of hardware that has to come off the vehicle in a hurry. So I think probably in a pad abort, it's possible that they may try to. I don't know whether that can be. I guess it has to be a separation
This
event.
is Artemis Mission Control
It
in
has to come
Houston,
off
Texas. We are
before
currently
the
at a
forward
mission
bake can
elapsed
come
time
off.
of 8 days, 3 hours, and 34 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You are currently seeing a live look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. We are currently in an expected forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and expect to regain that forward link in about 6.5 minutes from now. The forward link refers to the uplink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the ground to the spacecraft. Now, during an earlier data rate change, we did have an unexpected return link loss of signal. So if that return link is not recovered ahead of that forward link acquisition of signal, again taking place in about 6 minutes from now, then an Orion S-band string swap would be commanded to try to regain that return link. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft to the ground.
So it's actually kind of interesting. So the Tony's talking about this toilet is not reusable. It's actually kind of interesting. It depends. I wonder how integral the vent line or vent lines, because they talk about these secondary dumps. But I wonder how integral the vent line is to the toilet itself. I mean, it might be. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's really more interesting. It's the problem is more interesting than, venting whatever you're trying to vent is more interesting, and then that problem than the substances themselves. But it's possible, if that vent line is not integral to the toilet, that there are parts of they have to solve that problem, but it may not be. It may be it may go to a different set of people to deal with. But it is absolutely something that they will need to they'll need to address. And so I guess, to finish the thought, but eventually both the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 Orions will I would assume end up in museums. Not sure about the Smithsonian under the circumstances. Yeah, I don't know. So Tony's talking about having the design like an airplane, but they of course handle that's only for liquid waste, for waste water, so to speak, but should be able to work. We just have to. They have more work to do on it, though. Obviously. But solid waste is. They have canisters for the solid waste that they replace. So, yeah. So as you know, Gopher Gordon's talking about. So yeah, I'm not expecting either of these to go to the Smithsonian. At least not right now. I think under different circumstances. Although to be fair, I think that would be an argument that you would make, which is, you know, the Smithsonian's, or certainly the Smithsonian in Washington has a shuttle orbiter, and so eventually you would think they would be able to, they would be able to get an Orion spacecraft. I think it remains to be seen if they are able to refly the Artemis 3, 4, and 5 spacecraft on another flight, whether they can fly them, how many times they would be able to refly them. So. Yeah, they're definitely going to have to. They're going to have to. But and that's another question. So Tony's talking about they're coming back with more wastewater, air quotes, than they probably intended, and so yeah, they have to be careful about the weight and balance of the spacecraft. So they have to account for that. But one of the things that the crew talked about, and then, you know, it's no fun, but we heard the CCU acronym thrown around a lot. But they talked about the secondary, was it the secondary line or secondary vent or both? But I mean, you know, we heard if you hear histories about Apollo, I'm not sure how far it goes back, but I'm sure you could look it up online. But they certainly talked about the constellation Orion on Apollo flights, and they were able to vent that overboard on Apollo, and they had no toilet on Apollo. So I wonder if that secondary vent line is similar to the Apollo functionality, so to speak. Yeah, so as Tony's saying, yes, they have to calculate mass and center of gravity. And so we heard them talking to Jeremy.
Integrity, Houston for comm check.
We heard them talking to Jeremy about having to place water stowage bag lower in the stowage compartment than higher.
Integrity has you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Christina. I have you loud and clear as well. Just a heads up that we did lose the return link sooner than we expected, but we have regained good forward and return. We're glad to be back in comm with you.
Okay, copy that. We made a couple calls in the blind. We'll check to see if you received them. One was about the docking hatch, and one was about a food bob. Did you get either of those?
Negative. Please repeat them.
Okay, copy. We'll call back when we're available to do that, and thanks for the note. We're looking forward to the upcoming burn.
Okay, we copy all, and we are going to...
And Amy, the food bob call was there's a full bob in bag 11 plus a mostly full bob and a few of the condiments, etc. So it's pretty close to 2 full bobs in bag 11. Just want to make sure that you've accounted for that. Let us know if that's too much in one place.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy, and we're good with that.
Okay, and then do you have those DE locker net stowage locations?
We have an option A and an option B. Option A is to put the D&E locker nets into locker Bravo 3 in the purple CTB, but that depends upon how much trash you have stowed in purple CTB and also accounting for the space you'll need for the Ecoless wall net.
Okay, that makes sense. What about option B?
Option B is same locker, Bravo 3 in the yellow CTB.
Okay, we'll get those nets in Bravo 3. And do you want to know which bag it's specifically in? Is that important for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll aim for purple. I'm sure they'll fit now, and then something else might not fit later, so we'll put them in purple for now.
Copy, aiming for purple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We did get that forward link and return link acquisition of signal. And you did hear them call up to the crew and get the confirmation back down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And that did come following an unexpected return link loss of signal. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communication and telemetry from the spacecraft to the ground. But all of that communication has since been restored. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can now see a live view of the Orion spacecraft, this coming from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator console and the Flight Director console. Right now, the Capcom on console and communicating with the crew is Amy Dill, and the Flight Director for Orbit 2 is Fiona Ankoviak. We do expect the final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn to take place here shortly.
Houston for RTC 2 status.
Go ahead.
During the long LOS, there were a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured, and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
Okay, we saw all that happen on board as well. Sounds great.
Integrity Houston, confirmed TLT and orb guide converged. Houston is assessing the onboard solution.
We can confirm that they both converged.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn, has been completed. and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn. This will be using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Still seeing some odd fluctuations. I guess it's not necessarily odd as much as, again, I'm just, as I was saying in chat a while back, just not used to doing 8.5 hour long live streams. But this is pretty much the only reason. So not planning on doing another one of these until we get to Artemis 3. Could be a tanking test or a something like that before Artemis 3, but otherwise it's just this would be the only reason to do something like this for this long. And this was the event that I was sort of pointing at earlier today, and this is probably about the same. Hopefully by this time tomorrow, both the crew and the spacecraft will be on board the recovery vessel. But that's kind of the way this is sort of the same time frame I'm looking at. Hopefully we won't get too many. I'll probably try and adjust what's the network load here tomorrow to see if that makes any difference in terms of fluctuations in the upload or upstream rate. But right now, that's what I'm planning to. I'm planning to start the live stream for the reentry and splashdown around 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and that would be about 6 hours before the planned splashdown time. JC's asking in chat, any thoughts on doing an HLS stream? Yeah, there is going to be a break, I think, for everybody. It just may not be for me, probably not. It's probably going to be a couple more weeks, but if they're going to do this event in New Orleans, in about a week and a half. But I think it depends. I guess it depends on for HLS. It's just going to depend on what we can what we're provided with. I mean, if it's Starship, I think obviously NSF, NASA space flight just seems like a natural thing. It would be natural to stick with them.
Integrity Houston, onboard solution has been confirmed, and Houston is go for the burn.
Copy, Houston is go. We're continuing.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard confirmation that the team here in Mission Control has pulled go for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or that RTC2 burn. That burn is now expected to take place in about 24 minutes from now, and it will be a short thruster firing using those auxiliary thrusters to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path on its return journey back towards Earth. The mission control position here that's responsible for some of these trajectory corrections is the Flight Dynamics Officer, sometimes referred to as FIDO. They are specifically responsible for the atmospheric and orbital flight path of the spacecraft, as well as the lunar trajectory of the vehicle. Coming up ahead of the burn, in about 2 minutes, we do expect the solar array wing positions to be moved and confirmed that they are in position for this upcoming burn. And then about 11 minutes before the burn takes place, we'll also expect to hear a call that Orion is in burn attitude, and that confirms that the attitude maneuver ahead of the burn has been completed.
I think that so I think we're still up about 20 minutes or so from the actual burn. But yeah, it's flight dynamics officer, but then it's pronounced FIDO on the loops.
Integrity Houston, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Teams and the crew continuing to prepare for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. That burn expected to take place in just under 19 minutes from now. We did just hear confirmation that the prop pressurization tanks are good for the burn. That confirmation coming from the prop here in Mission Control, which is the propulsion officer, and they are responsible for monitoring the vehicle propellants in order to complete these burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. Coming up in about a minute, we should also hear confirmation that the solar arrays are in position for the burn. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings. Each of those wings is made up of 3 panels, and each panel is approximately 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet, and the total length of each wing is 23 feet long. So these solar array wings do have to be put in position ahead of any burn. These solar array wings are managed by the Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control, which is the MPO, and they're responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the ray rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems.
Hope so. I hope they didn't forget the commas.
Integrity Houston, solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we did just hear that confirmation that the solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft are now in position ahead of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, that burn is scheduled to take place in about 16 minutes from now. The next call that we will likely hear is in about 5 minutes, when the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control will call up to the crew to confirm that the maneuver to burn attitude will be beginning, and then they will also call up to confirm that that burn attitude is complete.
So they're staying in tail to sun as long as possible.
Maneuver, the mission control position responsible for those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which stands for Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for managing inertial measuring units, as well as global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in approximately 3 minutes.
We're expecting the same. Thanks, Amy.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting question, Tony. In terms of the seeing, there's probably a I'm sure there is. There's a display somewhere which shows the spacecraft attitude relative to its velocity vector, even in on this trajectory. But the numbers that we're looking at on the real-time visualization, computer-generated graphics, not right at the moment, but those are Earth relative. So I did not copy the burn pad numbers, because they did, when they read the numbers up, they'll usually, if they read the numbers up rather than just sending them in a document, they'll read the X, Y, and Z components, and they'll read up the delta V total. And so I think the number that we heard, I thought she said 9.9 feet per second. That's the total delta V. But I didn't write them down, but if I recall correctly, Jackie Mahaffey was still Capcom at that time. The delta VX was like minus 1.1, so it's not it's not like a pure plus X, or there it's X, Y, and Z, if I recall correctly. So they're basically trimming. They're trimming the trajectory, I think, probably in all three of those dimensions. It's possible. I mean, Rob Navius was on console back then, so it's possible he said he talked about that when they read the burn pad up for this burn. It wasn't that long ago, but I think I was looking at some of the videos that have been released, and there has been a little bit of just incremental news outside of really about Artemis III, I guess, today, just in terms of
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently about 10 minutes away from the start of the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn, or RTC2. This is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn with an expected delta velocity change of 5.37 feet per second, using the 8 pulse-x thrusters on the Orion spacecraft to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its path back towards Earth. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Orion spacecraft is currently traveling at a velocity of about 3,400 miles per hour, and it is about 114,000 miles away from Earth. Earlier today, it did pass the halfway point of its return back to Earth. Again, it is expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California on Friday, April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. In just a few moments, we should hear confirmation called up to the crew that Orion is in burn attitude. The Orion spacecraft is currently maneuvering to that burn attitude.
Okay, so there's
Integrity
the
Houston.
confirmation.
Integrity is in burn attitude.
We see the same.
So it sounds like if she's talking about the 8, it sounds like, but I don't. Well, she did say 8, the 8 plus X engines, which would be the auxiliary engines. And she did clarify that, well, I just misremembered it. So it's 9 seconds, the burn time's 9 seconds, but the delta V is only about 5.5. But that didn't, I guess I'm not sure if we're going to see or not. I guess we will find out here shortly. Whether this is an RCS burn or an auxiliary engines burn. 9 seconds seems like a lot for a 5.5 foot per second change of velocity. I'll have to go see if I can find something which says what if I can see if I can go back and find this RTC2 burn, the burn pad. Guess we'll just I'll have to go back and listen to that after the burn, although probably not till tomorrow. It's like I'm going to plan on, I think like Tony, I'm going to plan on, I'll hang on after the burn for a few minutes just to see see if there's any other conversations. Probably not too much, but I'll plan on wrapping up the stream sometime after the burn is completed. Not too long after the burn is completed.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 4 hours, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and we are currently about less than 4 minutes away from the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2 burn. This is the second in a trio of burns for that Return Trajectory Correction. The first RTC burn was completed on flight day 7, and then this burn coming up is the second of those 3 burns, and the final Return Trajectory Correction burn will be completed on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, the exterior of that spacecraft, and you can get a good look at a couple of those solar array wings, sometimes referred to as saws. There are 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft that provide power generation. And ahead of this burn, those solar arrays were configured to support the upcoming burn. About 10 minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft also completed an attitude maneuver to prepare for the upcoming burn. Following the completion of this Return Trajectory Correction burn, the spacecraft will complete another attitude maneuver to return to the bias tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. So again, that Return Trajectory Correction burn coming up here in about 2 minutes.
It's an interesting question that Joe's asking in chat is, could Orion, instead of re-entering, could Orion make a burn to go into Earth orbit? It would. And so the short answer is that it would basically have to do the entire TLI burn on its own at this point. So all of the energy that was put into the spacecraft, basically since the core stage shut down, would have to come out now. And so the problem is that Orion doesn't have an SLS vehicle along with it. But it would be on the order of, I think, around 3,000 meters per second to essentially do an Earth orbit insertion burn. So it's almost the equivalent of a TLI burn on its own. And so for the amount of the TLI burn that Orion did, I'm trying to remember. I think it was probably on the order of about 400 meters per second. I'm trying to remember Of course, they gave it to us in feet per second. So let me see if so actually a little under 400 meters per second. So it would require 10 times the delta V to go back into orbit.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are now just under 30 seconds away from the time of ignition of that upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, which will be the start of that burn. Again, it is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to generate a 5.37 foot per second change in delta velocity. And we do have confirmation that the Return Trajectory Correction burn has started, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time. And we also now have confirmation that the burn has completed, again, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
That one's actually easier to see. You could see shut down, and now you could see the RCS jets trimming it out.
Integrity Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
We see the same and copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we do have that confirmation that the recent return trajectory correction burn was completed, and it was a good burn. Teams on the ground assessing the details, but it was expected to be a 9.41 second burn for a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity. Again, these return trajectory correction burns help to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path as it makes its way back to Earth, and this was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, with that first return trajectory correction burn taking place on flight day 7, and the final return trajectory correction burn is expected to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
And now we may, I'm not sure if they've started maneuvering back to tail to sun already or not. Looked like we could see a little bit more thruster activity. So perhaps. But going back to the, idea of, transferring from Earth orbit to lunar orbit and back, it's really the same. It's really the same kind of thing. So it just requires a lot of propellant. So, Starship, for instance, because it requires a lot of propellant, you're basically talking about a propellant supply chain. So once SpaceX has, I think eventually, if you wanted to do something like that, you would need to set up a depot either on the surface of the moon and basically, create a propellant. Just waiting for a call here.
Integrity Houston, confirm a good burn and prop post-burn reconfiguration is complete.
We copy all, and we have a gorgeous view of you out window 2.
Awesome, we're waving at you.
We are too.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. About 4 minutes ago, the second return trajectory correction burn was completed. That burn taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path on its return journey back to Earth. We did get confirmation that it was a good burn. Again, this burn was executed using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module. Now that the burn is completed, the Orion spacecraft will conduct another attitude maneuver to return it to the biased tail-to-sun attitude. Again, the Orion spacecraft uses a tail-to-sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation.
So that would be one way to get enough propellant to a moon to Earth transfer, as opposed to the way what we're talking about for landing, but is to refuel on the surface of the moon with your in situ resource utilization, your cryogenic propellant plant on the surface of the moon. Or, and I'd imagine, again, if you think about this, it's the same thing as the gateway to the moon base. I think that's probably the way that they prefer to do it, is rather than a depot in lunar orbit, is to
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Now the Orion spacecraft and its crew, again on their return leg of their journey, expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow on April 10th. Now that the return trajectory correction burn 2 is complete, the crew will move into some final activities for their day. They will continue to complete some cabin configurations to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry. And then also on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Koch and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will complete an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which they will perform a fit check of the system before putting on their Orion Crew Survival System, or OCS suits. Following that developmental flight test objective, there will also be some additional stowage tasks. So the 4K encoder on board the Orion spacecraft will be disabled and also stowed to prepare for re-entry. There will also be some final configurations for the hatch entry, as well as some final configurations for the docking hatch opening system, and some final toilet maintenance, as well as some data transfer for the actigraph, which is a device that the crew is wearing. So that data will be transferred to their portable computing devices, or PCDs, and then downlinked to the ground for that data collection. Additionally, there will be some final AGA readings, or anomaly gas analyzer readings, which is a laser-based instrument which detects trace contaminants on board the Orion spacecraft. That AGA device will then be stowed, and then the crew will be moving into their final private medical conference. Again, those private conferences take place at the end of every flight day with the medical teams on the ground, and then the crew will move into a private flight director conference before moving into their pre-sleep period.
Well, to sort of finish the thought, at least hopefully if I can get in before the PAO finishes their commentary, the way that they'll handle an issue with the weather, or the way that they would do that, is the same way they did on Artemis 1, is they would just adjust the landing, the primary landing site. They would move it, they would put it in a place in the Pacific Ocean where the weather was acceptable, basically. But they don't have to. The weather's good in the primary landing zone, so they don't have to move it this time. But that's how they would handle it.
Integrity Houston for Delta to ONWMS DFTO procedure.
And Houston, one moment on that. We are not going to stow the RHC per step 23.3 for Reed's upcoming and controller checkout activity. And we are go for your words.
We concur with that RHC plan. So Christina, for you and Jeremy, in step 1.1.2, do not don the adhesive materials or the barrier cream.
We copy all, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That call coming to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Christina Koch, in regards to some upcoming steps related to their off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen are going to be performing a fit check of the off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their orange Orion crew survival system suits. There's also a call made regarding an RHC, which stands for rotational hand controller. That made in advance of another activity that NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will be completing, during which he will be completing some deflection checkouts of the rotational hand controller as well as the translational hand controller to ensure that the crew can track a target, and this is performed as part of the entry systems checkout. Again, the crew is working through some final cabin configuration as well as other steps to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry and splashdown.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today's Flight Day 9 live stream. And the plan is to basically same time slot, so to speak, tomorrow. So I'm planning on going live to cover the majority of Flight Day 10, beginning at about 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. And then try and basically continue through, the important milestones tomorrow. So ideally, we wait until we can either see it or confirm that the crew and the spacecraft are on board the recovery ship. So there, okay. So before I go, there's a question here from Joe about, for Artemis 4 and 5, the return to Earth. It probably depends on. It depends on where they're starting from in lunar orbit. If they do a lunar orbit rendezvous, like they were talking about doing previously, then the return will be similar to Artemis 1, where they'll do a return powered flyby, and that probably sets them up for a polar ground track. So if you go back and look at the Artemis 1 reentry, it re-entered, I believe, from the south to the north on it looked like a polar trajectory, basically. If they do the low lunar orbit concept of operations that SpaceX is proposing with Starship, then it's possible that ends up looking somewhat like this one, which is more of an equatorial trajectory. It's not exactly west to east. This looks like it's more southwest to, or southwest to northeast. So it's not due west to due east, but more along those lines than a polar type of return. So it'll depend on how they return, what type of orbit they're in when they return. So we can talk, we should have time to talk about that a little bit tomorrow, hopefully. Although again, Rob Navy is good, and so I'm going to defer to his commentary, because he always has good things to say, and also the calls on the Orion to Earth communication system channels too. So, but there should be time in there for questions and going off on at least some slight tangents anyway, which we did today too. So But I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Thanks, as always, to the folks who are hanging out with me. Thanks to the members of the channel. Thanks for the super chats. And I'll see you guys tomorrow midday, and we'll watch Orion and crew return to Earth.